welcome. Greetings to everyone. Happy Friday to you guys. I hope you're doing well. Highly favored, my darling. Welcome. Happy Friday to you. Yes, so we must be giving our mandate. That's all we're asking for. It's that simple, right? So we're gonna jump right into it. Hopefully, I don't intend to stay here too long because I have other things that I need to take care of. So let's get right into it. Get your popcorn and your whatever it is that you like to drink, get it ready.
The removal of fuel subsidies by President Bola Tinubu has continued to generate reactions across the land, especially with the latest hike in the pump price of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol. While some Nigerians believe that it is necessary to remove the subsidy in order to reduce government spending and to improve the economy, others believe that the removal of the subsidy will have a negative impact on the poor and vulnerable. The government has said that it will provide some relief to the poor and vulnerable through a number of measures, such as cash transfers and tax breaks. However, it is unclear how effective these measures will be. Just on Wednesday, President Tinubu met with selected members of his party, the All Progressives Congress in Abuja, to discuss further modalities to be adopted in the alleviation of these hardships brought about by the removal of the subsidy on fuel. Well, joining us right now to have a conversation around the fuel subsidy removal, its impact, and the economy, and of course its people, we have a lawyer and political activist, Dele Farotimi. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thanks for joining us on Newsday.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being with you.
Unfortunately, these times are not the rosiest. Desperation is at an all-time high. The NLC, the Labor Congress, they have threatened, well, of course they have called the palliatives proposed by the government as callous. They are quite skeptical about how the rollout will be, saying it is not transparent, and they are now saying that they think that they might pull out of talks with the government. In your opinion, is it a good idea for them to pull out of these talks, or should they stay the course and try and get some kind of negotiations, as things are quite dire and this is just the situation we're in?
Well, we always try to normalize our obviously abominable situation we skirt around the issues. Because when you speak to the subject of subsidy, the way it's been framed, I believe every major candidate in the last election did say they were going to remove subsidy. But the question that nobody appears to be dealing with right now is exactly what is this subsidy? Who is subsidizing who? If the NLC is talking about withdrawing from negotiations with the government, the question is exactly who were the NLC representing at these negotiations? Were they speaking for me? Was Kabiru, the shoemaker, amongst the people the NLC was speaking for? Iyachukudi, that was selling to that abominable creature, was she also represented by the NLC? Does the NLC have a track record of speaking for the disenfranchised in Nigeria, the disinherited, and the victims of Nigeria? The NLC is a trade union. It deals with the rights of its members. It represents less than a percentile of the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people themselves exercise their franchise. Let's not speak to the legitimacy or otherwise of the person who has presumed to do what was done in one fell swoop on the 29th of May. A friend was using the analogy of a surgery for me today. And he said, oh, it could be likened to a situation where the surgeon ignored to administer anesthesia before commencing the surgery. And I said, no, this is worse. This is a situation where the only thing remaining in Nigeria that the government of Nigeria still gives to the people by default, not necessarily because it wishes them well, but because after it had destroyed our local capacity for refinery, it then began an opaque system that it has never accounted to anyone for. It has destroyed that system. By its own admission, you hear the Nigerian government telling us the bulk of what they are subsidizing are also taken out of the country and smuggled. Is it Iyachukudi and Dauda that were at the border? Are they the custom? What's the so the failure of government at all levels, the impunity of the stealings that attended the subsidy program, nobody is talking about that, but in a very callous and inhuman manner, those who purport to rule over Nigerians were seized by the courage to throw many more people into what is already a bad situation. Whether the man is meeting with his APC people, whoever he cares to meet with, all of us go to the same market. Whether the person voted APC, PDP, PPP, LP, it does not matter now. All of us are in this boat together. But I'm sorry I've taken so long, but there is a lot to unpack because there are presumptions there. The NLC, as far as I'm concerned, is not in a position to speak for us. It might speak for its workers. And it is fine that the workers should be spoken for. But the average Nigerian has had his voice silenced here. And there is no track record of this government or the one before it having the interest of the people at heart. Palliatives for COVID became party items. That is before you even begin to deal with the mindset that would think it was okay to allocate 70 billion to less than 500 human beings. And then you allocate 48,000 naira over 6 months at 80,000 naira monthly to 12 million households, not persons, household, using a system that is completely opaque, not even open to any scrutiny of any sort, the same way they were feeding children at home during COVID. This is the same system that they are now saying they want to use to share the pittance. So please, there is more to this. I'm not going to have a conversation that talks about palliatives because in reality, they've shared that money already. That's why they can easily seg into, okay, we'll turn it into fertilizer and hose. It's no longer about 8,000 now, it's about fertilizer because they've spent the money already. So this is not a conversation about NLC representing us. No, it's about, are we even human? Are they even treating us as human beings? How are people supposed to survive this? You moved it to 500 before they are even done breathing. You say, let the poor breathe. Before they could even exhale. It's gone up again. And I have it on good authority from persons in the industry that at the rate they are going, is going to go up even more. When are the poor now going to breathe? How? You're choking them, asphyxiating them, and you're talking about them breathing. How? Those who have stolen us into this situation, how are they going to pay? Who is holding them accountable? All we are talking about is remove the thing and then palliative. What about accountability? Who is talking about that? Somebody took, I think, 90 billion, the Accountant General of the Federation. What has happened? He's walking away free. Akpabio, who is sat at the Senate as the Senate President, he was facing multiple charges for stealing. That is exactly how brazen we have become. No accountability of any sort, but we want to talk about palliatives and removal of subsidy. What about paying for the crime that has led us into this mess? Who is asking those questions? The point is this: if we are indeed a democracy, we'll be finding out in the coming days because somebody has to pay for this. Somebody has to pay for this. It's not about removal of subsidy. Every major candidate in the election agreed that it had become an unsustainable fiasco. But what led into its unsustainability? Why are we not talking about that? Who are the persons responsible?
Exactly.
Mr. Faratimi, thank you so much. You've given us, quite a very detailed and heartbreaking explanation, on what's happening in the country at the moment. But I think there's one, question that is bugging my mind. It actually sounds very easy, but at the same time, it's a little bit absurd. You talked about justifying the abominable in Nigeria. So I'd like to have your own take on the NNPCL having, should I say, the boldness or the courage, to raise fuel price again, just in a matter of weeks. They explained that it's in line with market realities and it's been done to save businesses. But I don't know, help me make sense of it. Does it make sense to you?
Up and down the place. Mad people.
Nothing in our country actually makes sense anymore.
Hey.
If we are going to tell ourselves the truth. Reality is that what we do these days is that we just coast along and we just allow ourselves to survive. We have lived for so long next to what is essentially a rubbish heap that we've lost our capacity to smell. So we sit down in the midst of our mess and we eat, we drink, we party, and we forget. But thing is this, the government of Nigeria does not treat the people of Nigeria as human beings. It's not just about treating us as citizens. We are not treated as human beings.
Back down.
Let's imagine this. What kind of mentality, what idea governs a system or a country where the government believes that it is okay to budget 70 billion for less than 500 people and then give what is essentially nothing, crumbs, to so many. So when you now talk about NNPC, who is telling us that the petroleum industry has been deregulated, is still busy being the one fixing prices. When you ask them, what constitutes this price component? NNPC can't tell me and you. The same NNPC that was given an institutional monopoly has today handed that monopoly to a company in which it had invested $2 billion on my behalf and on your behalf. And now that company is now going to be the operator of the monopoly that once belonged to the NNPC. And we are not meant to ask questions. We can't speak to demand, how did we arrive at this price? The same NNPC that told all of us in broad daylight that it is doing direct sale and direct purchase, which meant it was giving crude and it was taking product. Up till today, we don't know exactly where and how the subsidy has arisen. Who was being paid? Nobody is telling who. So the point is this: we've gotten to the point where they just say things because they know there will be no consequences. If people believe that there will be consequences for their actions, if they believe they will be held to account and they will be asked to answer questions in relation to the things that issue forth from their mouths, I am certain that you will have less of this abomination strolling around in broad daylight in our country. We were buying toxic fuel in this country, fuel that will not be sold in any country or other country in the world. We're buying it in Nigeria. Nobody ever paid for that criminality. Nobody. Till today, nobody paid. They told us you are doing direct sale, direct purchase. Up till today, nobody is asking questions. And yet you are demanding. And don't worry, before the end of this month or next month, they will tell us to pay some more. It's one blow after the other for the Nigerian. We've become like orphans, tossed around and beaten about by everybody in our space. The government has become the enemy of the people. And we, the people, we have to look beyond all these stupid, petty differences and begin to ask questions, because these are existential issues. They are legislating us into slavery. And we are all alive and well, and we are sat here and we are busy quibbling over nonsense, ethnicity, religion, and we are being systematically enslaved. All of us. Questions that we should ask, we are not asking. The one that should not concern us is what excites us.
It's unfortunate, and these issues that we're currently going through with a nation that already had everything together, like had dotted its I's and crossed its T's, this would bring it to its knees. And seeing as we were already hobbling, how do I ask this question? It's a bit of a runaway horse situation that we have now. The APC spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, he recently came out and has asked the people to be patient. I'm guessing in the most layman of layman's terms, the idea is things are going to get much worse before they get better. So that this period of time is somewhere where we tighten our belts and we gnash our teeth, and then eventually it will get better. At what point in time it will get better is the question. How that is going to happen, seeing as how planning is not our strongest forte within our government. How is it possible to turn things around? I know you're not an economist, but
how these journalists, hey God, everybody's supposed to be mad for Nigeria right now. Nigeria, if you're Nigerian overseas and everybody's supposed to lose their mind right now. How these journalists, and it's not directed to her really, it's just what I observe about a lot of them, apart from Rufai, they are so calm about the whole situation. They speak English when they pepper me for ear. Where do they get to a point where they just let the entire table crash to the? Do these people understand that they are sitting on a what's it called? What's the word now? Gunpowder, waiting to explode in their faces. They speak English. What do you think? They ask stupid questions as if they're not they live for the country. Where do you draw the line and say, even me, as I dey come work today, as I was on my way to the job, to my office today, oh my God, I had to trek. None of them talk like that. They ask as if they don't live in Nigeria. As if,
is it even possible to get things to even just an even layer? What would the government need to do? What would the APC need to do? What kind of statements do they need to come out with in order to pacify the Nigerians that are struggling right now? Because honestly, telling everyone to be patient is just going to create more impatience. Your thoughts on that?
You see, Mr. Bayo Onanuga is paid to say what he has said, and he can't be expected to say anything different from what he has said. He is paid to tell us what the government believes we should be hearing. But it is incumbent on every human being, every sentient being who has the capacity to think on their own, to examine the foundation from which the person has proceeded. There is nothing about Nigeria that inspires hope.
At all.
Nothing. Every time we have sought to move beyond where we are, the system has managed to truncate hope. And what you have today is a situation where the idea that governs Nigeria, the idea is about idea. You said the Nigerian government, we are not good with planning. They are actually very, very good with planning. It's just that the plans are necessarily evil and not necessarily exertions in relation or on behalf of the people. When it comes to stealing, they plan well.
Exactly.
When it comes to grabbing power, they are very meticulous about planning into the future. But the interest of the people ranks nowhere in their mind. Think about it. The only thing remaining that the Nigerian benefits, and I'm not suggesting that it should have been preserved, it would eventually have had to go. But the most basic of the things that should have been done was to have made sure that at the pressure points, government would have provided palliatives to deal with the pressure points. But you are dealing with a situation where the same government that has failed at providing palliatives, at making sure that the subsidy the people themselves are given to government are eliminated by government becoming efficient, plugging his own loopholes, stopping the waste. The thinking that would think it was okay to allocate 70 billion to legislators, 35 billion to judges, that thinking that would also believe that it's okay to now leave the people to the vagaries and then be talking about palliatives after the fact and then proceed to increase the price a second time. That tells you that these are not people who care anything about the people. They don't care. So all those things that Bayo Ononuga is saying is just another round of lies that the APC is not exclusive to the APC, if I may say so, but Nigerian politicians generally, but particularly the APC, since the reign of impunity has been established in this country in 2015, they don't care. All those things he was saying does not connect with the reality on the ground. They want us to keep forbearing. It will get better tomorrow. It has never gotten better on account of the government's action. It's taking the people at every point to provide succor for themselves and to find some relief. The government has only ever occasioned pain in the lives of Nigeria, and nobody has inflicted more pain on us than these Jeroboams who are currently in government. You come in, first thing first, people who are already under pressure, you remove subsidy, quote and unquote, but nobody has any problem with dealing with the many monsters who have stolen us blind. Somebody,
Mr. Farrington.
Look, the pain of the Nigerian is systemic and is deliberate. So Bayo Ononuga can say anything he likes. It does not change our reality. They don't care about us.
Simple.
Mr. Farrington, you have, highlighted all the problems, all the issues, Nigeria is currently facing at the moment. But I'd like us to talk about solutions. Is it possible that the judiciary can indeed be the last hope of the common man? In developed countries, we usually hear of civil society organizations, rights groups, suing the government, taking them to court to reverse unfavorable decisions and policies taken by the government. Can that work here in Nigeria? How can we make it work?
Temitope, I see our people. Let me play the ethno-religious card now, the Yorubas. They say that Amokun Erwewo Olorile Enwo Ewosale. You say to the cripple that the load on top of his head is lopsided. And he says back to you, you are focused on the load. You are not looking at my legs. The problem with Nigeria is that foundationally, the government is not interested in doing anything good for the people.
Simple.
Foundationally, the system is not designed to obey the law. It's not submitted to law.
At all.
Foundationally, the Nigerian is not a citizen. So when you have these abnormalities churned together in a mix, you have what we have in Nigeria. But you asked a question that is very pertinent, and it is the one that relates to the judiciary and whether we can expect the judiciary to be the last hope of the common man. I have said repeatedly, and I have no apologies for saying so, that the Nigerian judiciary as an institution has been compromised almost beyond redemption. But I also know that there are still good men and women within the system. Our particular situation at this time demands that men and women need to remember that beyond the verdict of men, there is the verdict of history, and then there is the verdict that will be handed down by God. Truth is eternal. We were all in this country. We all witnessed what happened. If men would have their consciences purchased and forget the need to uphold justice, that is left for them and for God. But we will tell their stories, and posterity will remember. So I will say without equivocation, there is nothing institutional about the Nigerian judiciary that should lead anyone to be optimistic about it retaining the capacity to dispense justice. However, as I have said, there is always a remnant. Perhaps out of these 5, there will be remnants. But only God knows who and who those remnants be. But I do know one thing. It is up to the judiciary to save Nigeria from itself. Because the spiral of hopelessness is essentially because of the illegitimacy of the man who is running amok.
Simple.
Well, Mr. Dele
Bind to the
Farotimi.
sacrifices being demanded of them. That's my personal opinion.
Right.
And I'm entitled to it. I'm not saying that that is the opinion of Arise News. Now, if the people's strength should be aligned behind a vision for change, instead of fighting the person they believe has forced himself on them, they will willfully follow happily. They will follow the leader that they have elected on their own. So it is critical that there be legitimacy between those who purport to lead and those they are demanding that must follow. If I must follow you, and you are demanding that I should follow you through difficult times, then definitely I must have a say in your election and your enthronement in power. If my right as a citizen has been curtailed, then why should I follow you happily?
Well, let me just interject here for the sake of time. We always say, God forbid, for situations we don't want to happen. We have seen the cost of living crisis affect our brothers and sisters in other African countries. Just recently, we've seen footage of Kenyans protesting due to their own fuel increases, also in Angola. Many other countries are facing this. If the judiciary is our last leg for hope in this country, what about the citizens? We definitely do not want a situation where things get out of hand and violence is spread. But speak to the ways that Nigerians can channel their frustrations, let their frustrations be heard on other medium, other than social media and the likes, in a way that is commensurate to the pain that they are feeling. Is that a possibility?
I believe that there is a good side to the storm that we're about to go through or that we are passing through. And the good side to that is the fact that it is going to become increasingly easier to show the people the commonalities of their affliction. I don't use the word citizen in relation to the Nigerian. You cannot have citizenship in a place that is not governed by the rule of law.
Absolutely.
So we are not citizens. The realization of this fact will be one of the first steps on the path to our liberation. Because if you are unaware of the exact nature of your existence, you are unlikely to fight to change that existence. But the Nigerian is not a citizen. If we didn't know before, even what they are proposing as palliatives in this season should tell us the truth of our existence. We are not citizens. But that state of being has been exacerbated mainly because the rulers have managed to convince the people that they are enemies. So the Igbo is busy hating on the Yoruba is hating on the Hausa is hating on the Fulani, the Ijaw is hating on the Kalabari. Everybody is busy hating on themselves, but the people sharing 70 billion in the National Assembly are not from one ethnic nationality. They are from all across Nigeria.
Exactly.
And none of them has deemed it fit to stand up and come and be shouting on behalf of the people that they purport to represent. That tells you that at the level of the ruiners of Nigeria, they understand their common interest and they have aligned. They've become one. It is the victims themselves, the people who have become so divided that they are unable to recognize the need to unite so that they can then demand to be treated as human beings and then as citizens. Because you first of all have to be treated as human beings before you can be treated as citizens. The same people demanding that we tighten our belt every day, they are going around in convoys. We are the ones who maintain them in style. So I am convinced that there will be a good side to all of this. When everybody has sufficiently recognized the fact that we are all suffering the same, Yachukudi and Bolaji and even Ebitimi, they will stop hating on each other and quarreling all the time. They will realize that their true enemies are the ones who have been pointing their enemies at them. So frankly, our situation is bad. but it also provides a path into the future. We, the victims, are the ones who need to unite. This government, this system, it doesn't have anything good for us. The idea of Nigeria, as far as the governing system is concerned, is for the poor to remain poor, subservient, incapable of questioning the rulers, and the rulers to live above the law like royalties. And the poor can jolly well go to wherever they care to go. That is the reality of our existence in Nigeria today.
Well, Mr. Dele Farotimi, every time you come on the program, you always leave us tongue-tied. But thank you so much for coming on Newsday. Lawyer and political activist Dele Farotimi, thank you so much for joining us on Newsday. Retired lawyer. Thank you
very much for having me.
Tongue-tied. You don't know what's going on in your country. Why are you tongue-tied? They see wetin dey happen. All these journalists, sometimes I no understand. Like say dem no dey live for the country, like say dem no dey suffer. Which one be tongue-tied? Thank you.
Well, you can give a better applause to this. I'm just here to say thank you. A lot of people do not know that while Nigeria has not been engulfed in flame, it's because there is a thing in our heart that is telling us that Obi is coming. The reason people are still tolerating that a man will wake up one day and punish his people from 185 to 617 is because some people are saying if we take this person on, it may affect the process that Obi is coming. I want you to know how God has blessed a man that his aura, his presence, his person commands peace, commands calm. Some people, when they panted around that we are going to give people hope, I told people this is renewed hopelessness. Who is now correct?
You said it.
It's enough to believe that the past president failed. But it is terrible that somebody came in and from the first day in office achieved all the failure that took the man 8 years to achieve. The first day in office, he achieved the same failure that took the worst president of 9 years to achieve. From 185 to 617. He said subsidy is not good. And I agree. And then I warned that when we said subsidy is not good, we were going to be wise coming out of it. Incompetence and dishonesty.
I'm about to cash a $50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago. The same accident, the insurance.
What the heck? Oh, I see. It's already done, huh? All right. I want us to listen to this. Let me see. 1 second. This is not the one. Welcome, Romari, darling. How are you? I hope you're good. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Hope you're staying cool. Let's see here.
What can you say about the current administration so far and its impact on Nigerians?
Well, in my opinion, I think this administration has been the best so far. Because what took the last administration 8 years to do, this administration has been able to do in less than 100 days. Nigerians have actually felt the impact of this government from day one. We practically hit the ground trekking. And it's in line with what they promised us. They told us they were going to continue from where the previous administration stopped. And truly, they've actually continued down that line. Well, it may seem as though things are a bit tougher now. Fuel is currently over 600 naira a liter. But hey, let's not dwell too much on the negative. Let's focus more on the positive side. Because if you look around you, you see that there has been a reduction in noise pollution. People can no longer afford to disturb us with their generator noise. There are now less vehicles on the road, which means that traffic has reduced. And because of the high cost of transportation now, people are now trekking for long distances, thereby making them fit. They don't even have to go pay for gym membership anymore. And even the food stuff now, because of the new prices now, people are beginning to cut down on their rations. Thereby, they can't afford to be obese. So people are now fit. People are losing weight, which make them even live longer. So what I tell people is, when you get to the market and you hear the new price of commodities in the market, don't complain. Simply lift up your right hand, make a declaration, and say, this administration will favor me and my family. The new price of commodities will favor me and my family. The new exchange rate will favor me and my family, and you'll be fine. A government that borrows $800 million, not to invest but to consume, and a chunk of which 70 billion naira is going to the legislators, just less than 2,000 people. As against agriculture, which is supposed to cater for 200 million Nigerians, having just 19 billion naira. That shows you the government is thoughtful. That shows administration that is thoughtful. It speaks about the quality of advisors they have. You understand? So far so good. I think they are keeping the promise. They promised us renewed hope. They did not promise things were going to get better. If I promise you money, I owe you money. But if I promise you hope, I only owe you the hope that you get money and not money itself. So I think we should stop complaining. It's too early to complain. We still have a very long way to go. Well, of course, except something happens. I mean, all eyes on the judiciary. But for now, it's too early to complain. How about let's save the strength? We never, not so far. We never see anything. Not so far. We never.
That was funny. That was really funny. That guy did a great job. Yes. They never start. They don't they complain. I play another one for now. These people they never see anything. They think say that they suffer. Maybe they wait. They should wait.
See, Nigerian politicians, at this point, we don't know where to go take beg una again because obviously we don't fear God and we not use God beg una again. The person who talk say health is wealth, he not talk say health should be only for the wealthy. Health or everything concerning health should be affordable. Augmenting 16K, augmenting. So to treat typhoid now, person go spend almost minimum wage. If I say that cash transfer, well, they say una want transfer 8,000 naira in 1 month. So to treat typhoid, person go collect that money for 2 months, and una say that a whole household go get am. I beg everybody, more na dey boil una pure water before una drink am. Take your health, chop vegetable, just stay healthy. If you go sick now, more na hold anything una dey serve well o. Everybody, me I don hold my Jesus. I don't feel sick again. 16K. I call some of my pharmacy friends. They say yes, it's confirmed. Some say it don't reach 18,000 where they say, but the price go see they go up. As we they check the price of fuel and we they complain about the price of fuel, but we also they check the other things and how they affect her. Because why one drug will be 16,000 when you know they treat HIV? When you say maybe you say your brain or you don't collude, say you not feel even come back. 16K where reach to revive the dead those days. I bet.
Hey, renewed shege. They never start now. Augmenting they take chloroquine. Oh my God! I beg, I need to laugh. These people, when we were shouting here, there were people that were coming to insult me. They will send me email. They insult their papa. They insult their mama. That is not me that they affect. Oh shit! I never see anything. Still learning. I bet when we listen to this man, Ojare.
President Tinubu backtracks on policy decisions on 8,000 naira palliative measures over removal of petrol subsidy. Tonight, we analyze the rationale behind the federal government's U-turn. And the Supreme Court has commended the defense of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Adiwola, over allegations that the CJN had phone conversations with President Tinubu and others to manipulate the presidential election tribunal outcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the program. This is Politics Today, live on Channels Television. I'm Sean Kimale in Abuja. Your major stories in the land following the groaning, the pains, the anguish of Nigerians over the increase in virtually every commodity that money can buy in this country, starting from petrol that drives most of our vehicles in this country, gets a lot of Nigerians talking. I saw a lot of comment on Twitter about how the petrol is being sold, and the amount that is being sold in some part of the country is gotten way over that mark that has been set. And a lot of people are talking, people are groaning. Even those who are supporting the APC or the Renew Hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu are also complaining and talking
Renewed hope.
about these issues. But then, what is the way out? Because the fundamental is that
Can you guys
politics
hear
into the
properly?
trash can. Let's focus on the life and the livelihoods of the average Nigerian and the governance and how it affects the lives of our people.
Eunice, the
That's
poor,
what
the
gets
poor
us
are not
talking again
breathing, though.
tonight. We'll push the conversation.
They're about to
President
pass
said,
out.
He's heard some of the complaints and the feedback on some of the policy decision that he's made. He's backtracked. He's made a U-turn. We analyze the U-turn. Does it make any sense? Where do we go from here? We look at all of those issues. There are allegations also against the #1 judicial officer in the land, and that's the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Adiwola, that he had a telephone conversation with the president and some others. The Supreme Court has come in its defense to say that is a blatant lie. It did not happen. We look at the implications of all of that tonight. So stick around with me, because first and foremost, before we dig into these issues and these matters for conversation, let's check out your political roundup stories.
If you're an expert of any kind, a coach, course creator, health professional, consultant, author, or speaker, and you're not making it...
Sorry, guys, this is not. I want to move it forward to where it matters. I don't want us to waste our time. Okay, let me start it from here.
Prioritizing the well-being of Nigerians and us taking previous decisions such as tax reforms to address their concerns. Let's get talking about this matter, everyone, shall we? We'll be taking on some of these issues, especially as it concerns you. I have an expert, someone who knows how the petroleum industry works when we say market forces. What does it mean? The government has said, look, it's now going to be controlled by market forces. Don't forget, the NNPC is now the NNPCL. There is a Petroleum Industry Act in place. And there are those who have warned that if you remove subsidy, prices will go up. Labour has argued that there is no proper plan. They are threatened about the manner in which government is going on with this plan to cushion the effects of the removal of subsidy. 617, that is what we know that it will sell. But how much is it selling in your area? What are the changes that you have experienced since yesterday that this has happened? We get some insight from Mr. Toya Cole, who is one of the co-founders on the former executive director of Sahara Energy Group. Thanks so much indeed for your time tonight.
Thank you, Sean.
I appreciate it.
Big pleasure.
And of course, I will also be speaking with a human rights lawyer and the former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, is live for us virtually. I think I should speak with Prof first. Prof, it's good to see you. Thank you so much indeed for your time tonight.
Thanks a lot, Sean, and good evening, Tonya.
Thank you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah. Let's begin the conversation, Prof. From let's deal with these allegations against the CJN. And we've seen this over the last few days. But the Supreme Court has said that did not happen. What kind of scenario is playing out where the CJN is being accused of this kind of thing, although the Supreme Court has said it never happened?
Well, I think first of all, it's a good thing that the Supreme Court has issued a statement to clarify this. My view, however, is that all of this stuff roiling, the system, the judicial system in particular, reflects a trust deficit that has been long in the making. And it's not one thing. It's not an event. It's a build. It's been a build up, and I could just highlight some, if you don't mind. I could highlight some landmarks in that trust deficit. If you remember, in 2011, the Chief Justice then, that was Justice Katsina Alu, and the President of the Court of Appeal were caught in some contretemps over the governorship election petition in the Sokoto State governorship election. And there were allegations that the Chief Justice had put pressure on the President of the Court of Appeal to interfere with the decision. In the end, the President of the Court of Appeal was relieved unceremoniously of his office. And that was the first time it broke to Nigerians that these kinds of backroom allegations actually did occur. Now, so working your way from 2011 to now, you will remember that when the Senator Bulkachua said what he said on the floor of the Senate, neither the Chief Justice nor the National Judicial Council said anything. They all ran away. Till now, they have not said a word about that. Instead, Senator Bulkachua has gone to court to sue to say that he has impunity and immunity for what he said he did, having initially tried to walk back what he said. Okay? Now, in all of this, don't forget also that this current Chief Justice visited Rivers State in the heat of the election season and said some things and did some things that a Chief Justice should not be seen to be associated with. And he initially denied that he did it. When the tape came out, the clips came out, his spokesperson started inventing adjectives instead of finding verbs to describe what had happened. The cumulative effect of all of this is that people no longer trust judges. I'm not even going to go into the Lawan and Sokoto South senatorial primaries in the APC decision-making, in which, quite honestly, the Supreme Court was egregious. There is no other way to describe that judgment. The point, therefore, is that the judiciary lives with a massive trust deficit. I'm not going to come here now and say I don't believe the Supreme Court and what they said, but the Supreme Court and judges have got to realize that there is a vast trust deficit, and it is up to them to address it properly and transparently.
I mean, is it fair for whatever has happened? There are allegations against Justice Kadi Ariwola, the sitting CJN. His predecessor, Justice Tanko, there were allegations against him also about issues of corruption. The CJN before Justice Tanko, you remember what happened. There were also allegations of corruption. And you also mentioned the former CJN, Justice Katsina Alu. I mean, is this mudslinging taken too far?
This is not mudslinging, my brother. No, this is not mudslinging, with all due respect. There is no mudslinging. You see, judicial decision-making is not rocket science. Nobody, not even Supreme Court justices, can defend the judgment in the Lawan case. I'm sorry. Not even Supreme Court justices can defend making Hope Uzodinma the governor of Imo State.
Can you imagine?
Making the fourth person number one. So we've got to admit there is a problem. There is a problem with judicial credibility. And this credibility crisis arises almost always in party political cases and election petitions. And I said so when I addressed the Kejaba on the 15th of June. It goes back to the 1979 election. Since we have been in the presidential system, judges have increasingly played a role in adjudicating election disputes. Up to 2003, I think it was tolerable. After 2003, we went into a new territory in which judges began to decide who won and lost elections, started adding and subtracting numbers. And with that, the levels of money being thrown at judges in order to buy decisions began to change. The corruption, therefore, and this is not about saying this is about judges alone, because politicians are involved, senior lawyers are involved. The ICPC has in fact certified that this is the case. That there was an ICPC report on this in 2020. So I'm not manufacturing anything here. And judges have a responsibility. It is not mudslinging. People cannot trust the judiciary anymore. That is fact. And there are facts, credibly attested facts, to support that.
And that's a disaster, because the judiciary is supposed to be the hope of the common man.
It could also be the rope that hangs the common man.
That's right.
So how do we
Mic
fix this?
drop.
This is a major problem. When executive has a problem, it should run to the judiciary. When the legislature has a problem, it should run to the judiciary. When the people, the citizens, have a problem, they run to the judiciary. But when you, as a senior lawyer, a professor, and a human rights lawyer, speaks like this, it gives some of us some worry.
Which worry, Sheun? Which worry? Not be Nigeria, you did.
Who is the oldest and most senior lawyer in Nigeria today, has written this in a book published in 2009. And he said things I cannot even say on national TV, right? It's in a book. I can give you the title and I give you the page 147 of. This was actually in a lecture he delivered at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, for which there were sanctions levied against the leadership of the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies at the time, because of the frankness of his assessment of what was going on with the judiciary. And things have cratered since then. And you see, when this kind of trust deficit exists, and the Chief Justice presides first as the chairperson of the Federal Judicial Service Commission, and then as the chairperson of the NJC, to appoint his son as a judge of the Federal High Court, you've got a problem.
Can you imagine that?
How do we get out of here? How do we fix this problem?
Can you imagine that? Hey God, hey God. Oh my goodness. So imagine all those lawyers they keep churning out every single year. So all those lawyers that are walking around, they will remain charged. There will be some that will remain charged and bail forever. Even though they have the brains, they have what it takes to be advocates, senior advocates of Nigeria, to be AGNs, they would never get a chance. It would just be a family thing, friend no friend, do me a favor, I do you a favor, scratch my back amongst just 100 people. Hey! Nigeria, it is now or never.
Prof.
The Chief Justice should not be appointing his son a judge of the Federal High Court, no matter how great the son is. What about that?
Exactly, Sheun, exactly. What kind of madness is this? Hey! Why people still they go law school for Nigeria? Honestly, everybody suppose, all those people they wear that filthy, smelly wig and gown, they're supposed to throw am for one corner. Oh my goodness. If you're a lawyer now in Nigeria, just go and hide yourself. Hide. Don't be telling people, I beg. This is such a shame. It stink.
What about saying, okay, you know what? This young man applied, and so I recuse myself, and I will never be involved in this. And I set an example.
Exactly.
But no. So you have two sons of Chief Justice Kutigi who are judges who were judges, and you have all these children of all of these judges. Look, there is nothing hereditary about judges.
If they were appointed judge on merit,
let him finish.
There is nothing hereditary about judging, and judging is not a sexually transmitted condition.
Thank you,
that
sir.
Husbands will be inseminating their wives with the capacity to be judges, and men will be inseminating their mistresses with the capacity to be judges, and fathers will be producing sons and daughters who are judges. Justice Booker Chua's daughter, Justice Alta's daughter, the Odele's. No, it is
Can
not
you
like that.
imagine?
And we've got to say enough is enough. As a country, this is unacceptable. The buying of the judiciary and the compromising of the judiciary in this manner is why these kinds of allegations are being traded. It's got to stop.
How do we fix it, Prof?
The senior judges should stop doing insider trading with judicial appointments.
Simple.
What about that? The members of the NJC should stop doing insider trading with judicial appointments. What about that?
Simple.
Until people have the sense that judges are actually competent, credible, and appointed not because their fathers, their mothers, their husbands, their boyfriends and girlfriends are on the bench, this problem is going to deepen.
Well, I imagine that some of these people, on their own merit, have gotten acclaim and they've reached that level to be able to aspire. And I don't think that there is going to be a problem because you have a father or a parent or a family member who is a judge who cannot aspire to be a judge too.
Can this
in fact be an
journalist
inspiration?
Is this show normal?
Paint them with
I don't
one
understand
brush,
the guy.
to say because you have a child that has been promoted to a judge, it has been influenced.
You see, I think that's the wrong question. The right question is, are these other people who are as qualified, if not better qualified, getting at least as fair a shot as these people are?
Exactly.
That's the better question. You see, if the major, so the constitutional baseline really is not a high bar. It is 10 years at the bar. Simple. There is no, when you read the Nigerian constitution, it does not actually say that a person who gets to be appointed a judge should be a person of integrity. No, it does not say that. It does not say the person should have skill or qualification. The only qualification is 10 years at the bar to get to the high court. So if my son, if I'm the chief judge or the chief justice, and my son or daughter or my mistress is 10 years at the bar, I could easily shove them on. Now, that does not mean that they are therefore necessarily qualified to be judges. It's just that they are connected to me, okay? That is the problem here. So it's not enough to say, oh, they're qualified. There's no bar, exactly. Now, when you then begin to look at the numbers and the trends, it is absolutely the fact that something dreadful is happening. Judicial insider dealing is going on. If this happened on the stock market, the leadership of the stock market will be prosecuted.
Can the judiciary purge itself? Is it possible? An internal mechanism for the judiciary to clear its own name?
The judiciary has set up this decision in Justice Nganjiwa's case, which basically guarantees insider dealing, that unless the NJC strips a judge, you cannot do anything. And that is how Justice Ophelia Jumogobia, who was charged, Justice Yunusa, who was charged. And you see, the fact that I can even come on national TV and be mentioning names of judges who were charged to court credibly, and the cases failed on technicalities rather than on substance, is itself a problem.
It is.
This could not have happened 30 years ago. I'll be saying this judge in this particular case was charged with collecting money from senior lawyers, and then the case was not decided on merits, but was decided on a technicality. How does that sound to you, my brother? Does it sound right?
At all.
Does it sound proper?
Prof, some of you who are senior members in the bar, you have a lot of work to do, isn't it? But let me take you away from the judiciary for a moment. And let me take you to issues of policy and governance and the rights of the average citizen. You're aware of the groaning and the complaint, the pains of the average Nigerian about the change in the price, the hike in the price of petrol, which is affecting virtually.
Excuse me, I have to say something. Is it not better for people to just speak their language? You see this English, when these people they speak, sometimes I see the struggle. Try to get the right word, the sufferings of the people. You don't have to speak like an Oyibo person for crying out loud. Please, hey, there's so much work to do in Nigeria. Just be yourself for goodness sake. Speak normal. The thing they irritates me. I have to say that.
Actually, everything you touch in this country that has a price on it. Give us an understanding of the position of the federal government. They said, we are backtracking about 8,000 naira to 12 million households, a poor household over 6 months. That Nigerians have clamored and have heard and are backtracking. The government had made a policy backtrack on that. What is your view of that situation with the federal government?
I read it as you read it. The policy is silly, and that's putting it mildly. But the thing, you see, government should not make this kind of policy on a hoof. The announcement at the presidential inauguration on the 29th of May was an ad-lib. It was not in the text of the president of the inaugural address on that day. It was just invented, okay? Now, so having invented it, government is now working its way back to where it should have started, which was properly deliberate on the implications of what it was doing.
Right.
Now, and I've said it, this is not rocket science again. There is nothing like removing subsidy in the kind of economy we have, because you're talking about a product that we are not producing, which we can well produce, but we are not producing. We are importing all of this, right? And so you've got three issues here. One is we are importing this product. The second is that our currency is depreciating in value. And the third is that we are trying to regulate this product. Nobody should tell me that this is about market forces. No, we're actually regulating the price of the product. So when your currency is failing and the product is being imported and you're regulating the price, the three cannot square. And so as long as the currency continues to lose value, somebody will have to be making up the costs that arise as a result of that. And so what happened on the 29th of May, the value of the dollar, of the naira, dollar to the naira is different from what it is now. And because of that, there is a gap to be made up in the pricing mechanisms. And this is the problem we've got. What government should have done, it seemed to me, was to engage in a deliberative process. Rather than do that, maybe excitement of, handling power got the better of those who were involved. And this is basically what we have. It's messy.
Let's take a breather. Prof, stay with me. We'll go on a break, and when we come back, we'll be hearing also from Mr. Toyin Cole. He's been a player, a major player at that, in the petroleum sector, and someone also who aspired to be a governor of Rivers State, an oil-producing state, has an idea of where we are, the problem, the policy of government, and the quagmire we find ourselves, and perhaps, maybe, we can talk about the way out. We'll be right back.
I beg. Your English dey give me headache. Quagmire. Quagmire come. Quag liar ni. Mr. One Love, good afternoon. Welcome. Happy Friday to you. Abi na evening we dey.
Yeah, good evening
Friday
to you.
to
I know your what is it called? Pacific time. Yeah, good afternoon up there.
Yeah, it's like good evening. Well, it's like past 5 years, so it's evening time
Yeah.
as well. Oh, before we even start, Mr. One Love, I just want to say I listened to your submission. I think it was on the Davido issue on
Yeah.
Media Watch. I have to say thank you so much for that submission that you gave. I'm glad I remember. You were so,
Oh, yeah.
oh my
I
God.
think it
I
was
was like,
one of the Sundays. Yeah, I remember.
yeah, I watched it on replay and I heard your submission. I was complete. I was like, oh my God. You
Yeah.
you nailed, I really appreciate that. I wish a lot of people would go back and listen to your submission on that particular issue. You were so you left everybody quiet when by the time you were done. So I just want to say thank you for that. Kudos for the kind of mindset you have and the way you think. That's incredible. I'm really
Oh,
proud
yeah.
of you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm out of you. What else I do mean? I mean, it takes a lot of courage and time. I mean, sometimes I'm not here, or even I haven't been to Nigeria World for some time now. But
Right.
he's always there. And sometimes when I come back at night, I see that you posted some videos. I'm like, Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I know we are definitely going to get this money back.
We can't hide our
Because
face, so we can't stop. Even me,
yeah,
there are things that I'm working on, but this Nigeria matter, I can't. We can't close our eyes. We have to keep at it. Because
yeah,
if we by mistake come off face, we go they go do what they like, and we don't want that to happen.
absolutely. If we can fix that country, my sister, I mean, you've been here for years now. You see
Ah,
that one of the issues that we have here. I have friends. I mean, I went to college here. I have friends who are African Americans. Every time they want to travel, they want to go on vacation. I don't hear them saying, "Oh, I'm going to Africa for vacation." Then one day I asked one of the guys that I'm a friend. Why don't you buy a ticket and say you're going to maybe Zambia or Nigeria? And then he told me that he doesn't see the reason why he should go there because he feels that whenever he buy a ticket to go to those places, he's going to waste his money. People are yearning to go to a place where you have majority of people that looks like them, but they can't go there because the places are not safe, they are not good, nothing works, you know. And our rulers, because I don't call them leaders, our rulers know what to do. They just don't want to do it because of selfishness, you know. It's
yeah.
sad. And then you listen to this guy, Sean. I was honestly, I almost just need to cut it off because I don't understand what this guy is doing. I don't know where he got his journalism degree from or whatever it is. I don't know what kind of question he's asking this lawyer that came on air. You know, it's as if you already know the answer to something. You just want to keep asking for somebody to say something. I don't know. And some
The,
of the question
my
that he was
my
putting
problem.
forward doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the point. My problem is that they don't ask questions that make any sense, that hold any war. You live in that country, you go through the same sufferings.
Yeah,
They drive the same road.
the
You
same road.
understand? They
You
buy
are you,
fuel at the 700 or
the same
600.
price, and
You
then
will
you
not
come out
come
air.
and you will not be acting clueless, asking dumb ass questions. For crying out loud, we shebi we dey no be all of us dey here, so you dey see as people, even the journalists go tell you say on my way to work today I had to buy gas for so and so, they go relate am before they ask the question. No, not Nigerian I no only
They,
Rufai, my God, only one
absolutely,
person. Eh?
they just pretend as if they don't. It's I mean, they pretend as if they are living in another country. That's what I don't get. Like, come on, dude, you went to work today, but you bought a liter of gas for almost 800 naira, and then you are coming on air to tell us that, oh, is that true? Oh, is that what is going on in the country? Are you serious?
Exactly. What do you think the
Oh,
solution is?
are these judges bribed? Dude, you live in that country, you know judges are
Thank
bribed.
you.
They get money, they get dollars paid to their account every single day to overturn any election or any type of cases that come to their courtroom. And then you are sitting there telling us, oh, are the judges corrupt? Are you serious?
It's very annoying watching those people. Sometimes I feel like going through my. It was say it possible to go through a person device, go slap some of these journalists. Honestly, we go. Thank God for the thank Nelly. Absolutely, thank God for the democratization of news. Because to tell you the truth, if to say now only that news, now everybody dey lis ten to for Nigeria, no, everybody go meek. Everybody no go do anything. Everybody will just be carrying on as if everything is normal. These people are not doing their jobs at all. Look at Rufai. He's miles and miles apart from them. I don't understand. It's not a must to be a journalist. If you cannot stand for the truth, if you are afraid, then don't be a journalist. I never see this kind of thing for my life before. Hmm. Yeah. Sorry, my brother. Finish up what you wanted to say. I keep interjecting you.
Oh no, you're fine. I mean, it's really sad when you see things happen in Nigeria, and there are some group of guys who just comes out from nowhere, pretend as if they are living in planet Pluto, like they don't know what is going on, or they are pretty much unaware of the situation of the common man on the street. I mean, look at what is going on in Lagos. All over the country, people can't even buy fuel anymore. People are trekking to work. Even the work that they are going, I don't know what's going to come out of that work. The other day they said, "Oh, we'll increase the salary to 50,000." Salaries of who? Private sectors
Exactly.
workers or government? How many government workers do we have in Nigeria? Just count it. What's the percentage of government workers? You know, You're only worried about people that work under your payroll. What about those in the private sector? Are their wages going to go up as well in order to meet up with the demand of fuel scarcity and the other crazy things going on in the country? We haven't even talked about agriculture and food, food scarcity and so many stuff going on. Healthcare is pretty much zero. Nothing works.
Nothing. There's nothing working in Nigeria. Everything is grounded. Every single thing. It's only these people. It's only God, I beg you.
And then you see judges going around collecting money, and you know this as a fact. And you want to pretend that you don't know it and come out here and tell us, oh, is that true? Oh, then what do we have to do? You as a journalist can come up with an idea and stay on air and propound your theory and let us hear it instead of you trying to talk over stuff.
Exactly. Do that. No, they act as if they are oblivious. Like, not be Nigeria that they stay. They get different. Or how they speak English when not done. That thing they vex me. Even if you want to speak normal. Which one be nobody cares about your punctuation. People are literally unaliving every day in Nigeria. People they buy on top of hunger. See people they trek. And the bloody employers of labor, they're not going to consider those people. So, okay, don't come to work, just work from home. For those
no,
from home, they won't do
that. The other day, I thought they were going to issue a strike, and they, oh my God, and they went in there. I'm sure somebody probably got some money, and then they just looked the other way and said, you know what, we don't care anymore. We are going to call this off.
Honestly,
that's crazy.
It's crazy. It's very annoying listening to some of these. I can't listen to any of the national network news. Only they have people I like to listen to from LP, like Dele Farotimi, like Ahmed Dati, or this or the Kalu person. Unless it is them, I can't listen to any Peter Obi, of course, chairman of Labour Party. All those people that mean well, that speak truth to power. That's the only time. Outside of that, I don't even bother with channels news. It's a waste of time.
It's a complete waste of time. A complete waste. I mean, those days I used to try to figure out, what is going on. Before I came across you guys, your channel, the Nigeria World. But ever since I found you guys, I don't know. Nigerian news channel is a mess.
It's a waste
they try
of time.
they try to turn the story in their favor, so nobody calls to their channel or nobody try to email them and question them. Exactly. That's why they always try to play to their own way of doing things.
It's bullshit. It's not helping us. It has never helped us. Honestly, we need to overhaul that journalism. There has to be a complete overhaul. If you know you can't handle it, don't come in the kitchen. We need serious journalists who will be ready to put their lives on the line. This is what Nigeria demands now. There's a guy I used to listen to on some guy. I listen to him every now and again on YouTube. DSS called him. This guy lives in Germany. Do you know DSS called the guy because of the videos he does about Agbado? They were threatening. Yeah, and I said, "Why are you calling me? Yeah. Okay, now come to Germany and arrest me."
Yeah, let them go to Germany.
House. Come and arrest me for what? The man stole my mandate. I shouldn't talk.
You see how stupid they are.
Shut the guy's channel down so many times. I know how many emails I get from people. They'll be insulting their father, their generation. I don't even respond. I just leave it alone. They abuse all those people. They send me email. They talk anyhow. Now generation. Now the cost. It cannot be me. It no go affect me one bit. My brother,
it's very sad. It's as if they are living in the 14th century, because if you look around what is going on in the world, just East Asia, Europe, America continent, and all over the world, I don't know why these people they just can't sit down and ask themselves, why are we regressing? Why are we not making progress? Why is Africa still in the place where it is today? I don't get it. Like, can't you just sit down and try to figure out what we are doing wrong? At the end of the day, this is 2023. People still can't find water, clean water to drink. There's no electricity that was was founded by a man 1800, many years ago. We still don't have it in 2023. These are simple things that can be freezed, and you wonder why your GDP is not going up. Of course, it's not going to go up when a guy who is trying to run a small business on the street can't even find electricity to do that. And you don't know, simple things like this definitely affect, cumulative effect will pull down your economy. You think it's by shipping stuff from the seaport every day, that's how you're, by borrowing money from China, that's how you're going to fix your problem. A country where they don't produce anything, down to toothpick, we import everything. And you want to be be useful in the world economy? No, it's not going to work unless we do something by our own selves. But unless we stand up and start producing something, unless we start telling the world that we can do these things, with our own knowledge, by not depending on other part of the world. Even if we borrow money, we use that money to resource our own thing, instead of depending on the world for everything. The guy said he's going to share 8,000 naira for people in the country. When a liter of gas is 700 naira, then if somebody is going to fill their tank of in the car, I don't know, maybe a tank is probably up to 20 or 30 gallons, about 40 something liters. That's up to 50,000 naira, I believe.
Oh yeah.
And you are sharing 8,000, and those working in government are earning 30,000 naira. That can't even feed. Let's just forget about basic stuff. If we want to go to nutrition now, children's nutrition, family nutrition, 30,000 naira is not even enough for a family of 2 to feed on one sitting.
Let me play this video for you guys. Bado people, they never see anything. They are suffer, still they do press up.
700 per litre. 700 naira per litre. Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, president, Ṣèyí Tinubu, bá Bádàrí sọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ yà wá láṣọ o. Àtàjọ́ mọ̀ jàgàbá. Kò pé o. Tẹ́kọ̀ bá ti wọ́n, ìlú ti dàrú, tókùn kan ti dàrú o. Bí Ìsàbẹ̀òkúta Ògùn state fẹ́ gbà wá o. Epo la fi ṣe gbò kan o. Àwọn ẹ̀bá náà múná wá o. Ìlú ọ̀tà, ìlú ọ̀rọ̀gbọ̀n o. 700 naira per litre mi ìrẹ́pọ̀ rà o. Jàgàbá ìṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀lẹ̀sì o. Bàbá ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run o. Ẹ máa yọ tó bá yẹ yọ o. Subsidy yóò yé wa o. Ẹ ṣàlàyé fún wa o. Ẹ bá yẹ kí ìlú dàrú ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin blogger ẹ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run o. Ẹ bá yẹ kí ìlú dàrú o. Ṣé Tinubu àwọn yóò torí ọkọ̀ jẹ o, àárí ọkọ̀ ṣe o, òun lè kó tuntun wọ́n yìí o, kí lè fẹ́ ká ṣe. Ẹ bá yẹ ká jalè jànú wa torí Ọlọ́run o. 700 per litre, Bọ́lá ti fẹ́ rówó ra 700 naira per litre. Bá fẹ́ rówó ra 700 per litre. Yeah.
I dey come o. Make I play one more for now. Because these people, they still say they're not at the end of the day, not be obedience could just sit down for house now. If the thing goes, the problem will solve itself. I'm telling you the way they are going.
You are giving out 53 naira per each person on a daily basis. This is what your 53 naira can buy. Only one of these, that is what you are buying to one person in a family of 5 that you are paying 8,000 naira to every month. That is first thing. The secondly, where is the platform to share the money? Let's assuming that, Nigerians are interested, they want to collect it. Where is the platform? Sir, as far as I'm concerned, I'm saying this boldly with my heart that I might end up in prison or anywhere. I don't care. But I'm saying this that you are still give an opportunity to people around you to eat from this country. There are a lot of things you can do. The masses will be jubilating. Masses will be happy with you. But as far as I'm concerned, you've not touched anything that has to do with masses. Where is the platform to share the money? I know some people will sound, hey, Shebi, there is BVN. BVN? How many Nigerians that have BVN? We have over 73 millions of Nigerians that does not have bank account. Those that really need this money in the villages, they don't have bank account. All of us know what happened when money was released to Buhari, and the money finally released to Vice President Yomi Osinbajo to release the money to market woman. I don't think this man got to about 10 markets in Nigeria before they scattered the whole scenario. After that, every other thing is a story. How they spend the money up to today, they could not account it. What about the money that was released for farmers? The money that was released to farmers, and they said, oh, the farmers will have access to loan, the farmers will do this, the farmer will do that. But the money was paid out of the federal government pocket. After this else, there are a lot of farmers, they fill the form, they pay the bill, they pay the unnecessary money. After this else, the money has not yet get to farmers till Buhari finish his own regime. We end up on that. Now, you want to continue another one? You want to access 500 billion naira without no platform to share the money to the masses. I'm using this opportunity to tell you, sir, I am sorry to say, Nigerians, we don't need this money. Use this money, use it to fix our refineries. We have a lot of refineries that is not working. Use it for the refinery. So people will say, since we use the sign of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are enjoying light. So who is using the lights? Who are the people? There is lights. And now, a 2-bedroom flat in a week, they are buying like over 10,000 naira. And you want to start paying the same family 8,000 naira every month. Only lights alone to sustain a 2-bedroom flat, as I'm talking to you right now, is going to cost 10,000 naira for 1 week. So what is the essence of the light that you are giving to us that the masses cannot use? How your promises is based on masses. I've never seen where you mention that, oh, you want to do this for politicians, so you want to do this, so how your campaign based on masses. But at the end of the day, you are using your campaign against the masses. You are giving out what masses cannot afford. Sir, I am sorry to say, there are a lot of things you can use the money on production where masses will benefit, because I am telling you, this is another way around to let your people make money. This is another way around to let your people to go with this money, because there is no platform to share this money as far as I'm concerned. Nigerians, we don't need this money, sir. Please, we need our refineries. Please, we need fruit productions. Sir, we need the seaport. The amount of money people clear car at the seaport is too high. The amount of money they clear goods at the seaport is too high. Use this money to work on those areas. If the rate of clearing of goods at the seaport reduce, it will affect. We are going to see the effective in the city. It's going to touch the masses. We don't need this money, sir. 53 naira per each person in a family of 5 every month. It is ridiculous. It's a very big slap to Nigerians. It's a very big slap to Nigerians for a president to decide that you are giving out 53 naira for a citizen every month.
I laugh in Chinese. When we they talk about go ahead, man.
When you use millions of dollars to bribe Anek Shema, you use millions of dollars to bribe people who are going to steal ballot box for you. You use millions of dollars to bribe people that are going to campaign for you. You use millions of dollars to win the nomination and the ticket. This is what you get.
Exactly. Jagaban, he's walking. Jagaban, he's smart. He's a smart man. Jagaban. He's smart, oh. You people are trekking. You are trekking all over the place. At least you are getting in exercise. He's smart. You can't feed your families anymore. He's smart. Hey, I beg you. Quick watch this video. This one is
Happy weekend. This one na final burial. Peter Obi and Labour Party don submit their final written address through Dr. Livy Uzuku SAN. This one na final burial be this. Peter Obi is coming. And we carry coffin wey we go carry knack APC dey come. Una know say during that cross-examination and bringing witness, bringing evidence and so on inside court, APC dey always talk say objection, objection. We are going to submit our response at our final written address. Una remember ba? And una remember say sometimes last week, APC and Bola Ahmed Tinubu lawyer wey be Wale Olanipekun SAN come carry, dem talk say na 40 page e go be. Dem come carry their own final written address come enter court. Come dey talk so many things. One of the things wey dem talk be say Peter Obi and the Labour Party no fit comot Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Dem talk say Tribunal no fit comot Bola Ahmed Tinubu because Bola Ahmed Tinubu no get 25% inside Abuja. Dem talk say that one no fit happen. And according to wetin dem talk, make I put am the way dem talk am. They talk say nullifying of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's election as a result of not winning 25% in Abuja will cause chaos and anarchy. Labour Party don reply them. Labour Party don reply them. Oh, even e be like say na yesterday, abi day before yesterday, Lateef Fagbemi SAN wey be INEC lawyer come carry their own final written address come enter inside court. Come dey talk say Peter Obi no fit even prove say there is rigging, even with evidence. Dem talk say Peter Obi no get even evidence, no get witness to come prove say wetin him dey talk say dem rig this election. Say Peter Obi no fit prove am. Imagine INEC wey spend over 50 billion to prepare for this 2023 general election. Now still INEC, they spend over 2 billion to defend the nonsense wey dem do, talk say na election. Imagine INEC. Then even come out for their final written address through Lateef Fagbemi SAN to open mouth. They talk say there is no law way back say they should use IREV. Forgetting say Yakubu and his cohort, including that one we talk say his name na Okoye. Now all of them can't even enter Chatham House. Can't even talk say no going back. They must use IREV to they upload all the results. Now them come out again, come they talk say no law to back such. My happiness be say Livy Uzuku SAN doctor don't come out with the final written address of Labour Party. This one goes Catalona. This one goes scatter everybody because APC and INEC, they will prepare for their final burial today. They never see anything. This one na thunder. If he get you, go knock you, carry you, knock your nyach for ground. Waiting this man, where then they call Livy Uzuku SAN. Him don't finish everything. Now, listen, make I give you the story. Peter Obi and LP final written address. Right at the opening statement, Dr. Livy Uzuku SAN and his team fired back at Tinubu for threatening anarchy. LP, a sentence in the second and third respondents' address alarmed the petitioners and millions of Nigerians. The second and third respondents went too low and abandoned discretion when they claimed as follows. Our submission is that the petitioners are inviting anarchy by their ventilation of this issue of non-transmission of results electronically by INEC. This is a cheap, misguided, and destructive blackmail clearly intended to target the country's judiciarism and constitutionalism. It is also aimed at cannibalizing our democracy. This is the legal violence I signed up for. More to come. Peter Obi's legal team has destroyed Wale Olanipekun's argument that forfeiture is not a fine. Dr. Levy and his team have done a great job. All I can say is that Bola Tinubu will be disqualified. Hashtag all eyes on the judiciary. My Ogbenge people, this one na just a tip on the iceberg. This one na just on the ferry on top. We never even enter inside the main report. You know, say APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Wale Olanipekun, and so on. Then things say then go come threaten Nigerians, millions of Nigerians, obedient members, P2B, and so on. With that thing where they talk last week. If court or tribunal notify the election of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then talk say anarchy or chaos will take over Nigeria. These people never see anything. They never see anything for this country at all. Yakubu declare Bola Ahmed Tinubu winner of that year election where they do. After spending taxpayers' money, they can declare Bola Ahmed Tinubu very early in the morning. Nigerians just keep quiet. Peter Obi just call all the obedient members and millions of Nigerians, make them calm down. Make them hear from the tribunal. Then come they threaten everybody. I like the response where Levi Uzuku, SAN doctor, they respond where he give Tinubu, APC, and so on for their final written address. According to them, then talk say, if you go against the rule of law, anarchy will take over you. Yes, that is the bone of contention. No be if you comot somebody wey follow from back door enter, chaos and anarchy go come. Nothing go come. Dr. Levi Uzuku SAN don come reply Bola Ahmed Tinubu and him lawyer Wale Olanipekun. Tell them say anarchy go only come when they twist the rule of law, and no be when they follow back door, when they carry wuru swell Bola Ahmed Tinubu inside as president. Anarchy no go dey. Now when una do wuru come twist the truth, come twist the rule of law, na that time una go see chege. I don't know wetin una think.
Fantastic. That is an only.
Why are you not investing?
Of threats. That is it. Our lawyers have responded, my people. They say, bring it on. The only time una go see violence, now make una subvert the rule of law. Make una not do what una supposed to do. Now that time una go really see the violence when they look for. So on that note, me, I want to play Agbado people. They are still, they never see anything. They have not seen anything. Let's watch them trekking. This one is from where did they start to be trade? So Computer Village. Make I even see another person put it. Say this trekking will favor me and my family. Agbado will not leave you to continue to suffer like this. It's from Lagos. If you shout Agbado about 5 times, a plane will come and carry you to wherever you are going. Hey, they give them woto. When we dey tell them that time, they say na play we dey play. I beg you, we hear what the Mr. Jonathan, welcome to the show, my brother. Mm.
Okay, thank you, my sister. Thanks very much. I like the background that you used to be the pink. That's a good one.
We can't hear you very well, though. It's
Yeah,
your audio.
okay. I said I like your background today. This is the pink color. Your
Oh, the background. Oh,
the
I think
background of your display. Yeah, the pink color. That's unique.
yeah, he built Lagos now. He built Lagos. Time to build Nigeria cement finish. Oh yeah, now. Yes, so you
Okay.
don't respond. Maybe you saw that video now. Did you read it? Did you try? Did you
Okay.
see the
The
answer?
video, yeah, okay. I think I joined when you had the video, the interview she did with that
Oh,
guy, that lawyer, you know.
Ricardo.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, yeah. I saw that interview. That was just, impressive. As my brother was saying earlier, you alluded to that fact is that you see, in Nigeria, it's just it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate that there's no way you can practice journalism in Nigeria. No way you can practice in Nigeria without appearing unprofessional. It's not possible. You will appear unprofessional and even lazy. If the only way out for you is to take your side, you must take your side. If you take side with this system that we have in Nigeria, which in chill when I each time I watch his interview and I looked at it intently, he's trying to want to be a true journalist. While at the same time he has taken side with the system. So because he has to go back to them, he still go back to them because he still has to curry favor from them one way or the other. He still has to, get one thing or the other from them. So and somehow they have, he has eaten from their table. Somehow, it's, one can say that fully, but allegedly, so something that you can, so there's no way the guy can really come out and do a true, authentic interview without him appearing so unprofessional and lazy. Lazy in the sense that he will ask questions that you know clearly that this is not the right question, because if you want to ask such questions you should have come up with your own backup, as in videos to back it up, to back what you are saying up. But he won't do that. He won't do that. So I don't know. So that's where the laziness comes in.
Or even
It,
talk
I,
about your, even if you don't have the videos, Mr. Jonathan, just to interject
yeah,
really quickly, I'm
yeah,
sorry about that.
yeah,
But even if you don't have videos, you have real life experience. You live in that country, you drive on the roads, you buy petrol. You can use your own experience coming to work or going. Remember, what's his name? Rufai. He did a video. Rufai did a video
yes,
when he was in the gas station, and he said,
yes,
"Hey, now wow, talking about that's exact. This they just people will just come up. All of them, most of them, they just come up. They are clueless. Nothing
yeah,
anointing. They are
because
going somewhere else. Go ahead, sir.
because they have their it's like they have their questions, you know, pre prearranged, pre-planned, and we always find it difficult to deviate from those questions, from those line of questioning. So he cannot because if he's not prepared for that, he's not prepared for a follow-up question based on the response or responses he's getting from the interviewee. So he's not prepared for that. He just stick to it. You will only see him once in a while try to follow up, but he is very diligent. He doesn't want to deviate from his prepared question, and that's not journalism. That's not journalism. You've got to be. In fact, I always say that. In fact, you might prepare 5 questions for your interview, and you know that you have 20 minutes for this interview, you might even end up only taking the first question, only one of the five, because based on the responses you are getting, you will not even go to the other four at all, because it is follow up that you end up. But they don't do that. You see them, they will, they want to, do it like I say, fast, cover all the questions. And in doing that, you can't. And that is Nigeria for you. That's Nigerian journalism for you. They can't, they are gagged, they are caged. So they can't really they can't just do it.
Even if they don't have follow-up questions, how about letting the person speak? Just leave them to talk. Or you gag them, they will stop them while they're trying to make a very valid
because he wants to prove that is the journalist, he's the one that is in charge, he's the one that is calling the shots. So he wants to prove that. He wants to prove that I'm the one that is calling the shots here. So I'm the one that is asking the question here. That is the old game. It's just like someone who doesn't have British accent and is trying to, to show people that he has it when it's all fake. So they are projecting that they are in control of the interview, and that's what they do. It's just what they do all the time. Each and every time they come on screen on TV, they want to project that control, that they are controlling the narrative. So they want to interject. When they interject, sometimes I'll be screaming, because sometimes some people will come here to lie, outright lying. This guy today, was talking the guy spoke the truth all throughout the interview. The guy was spot on. The lawyer, that guy was spot on. Nothing to add to what that guy is saying. He said it all the way it is. He just said it all.
And the guy had to interject him, tell him, wait, let me finish because you have to let them, if you cannot come up with follow-up questions, shut up and let the person speak. It's simple.
That's a problem. That's a problem. The thing is that first, in Nigeria, first of all, to set the facts straight, to even set the facts straight in Nigeria, there is no rule of law in Nigeria. There's no rule of law. Don't let us deceive ourselves. That fact must be put on the table clear. There's no rule of law. Second, in Nigeria, the corrupt cannot investigate or bring to account the corrupt. It is not possible. We need a clean slate, a clean slate of leadership. As the fellow panelist said earlier, I think I heard him. He said we don't have leaders, that they are rulers. They are not leaders. We always, it's very easy to refer to them as leaders. Yes, they are not leaders. These are not leaders. These are not leaders, because leaders will not sit down collectively together, discuss, analyze issues, and say the next thing to do is to give Nigerians 8,000 naira. That the next thing to do is to give National Assembly 70 billion naira. That the next thing to do is to give the Judicial Commission 35 billion and another 19 billion for agriculture. No, the leaders will not, in these present circumstances, true leaders will not do that. It shows how out of range they are. So in that country, there's no rule of law. There's no way a corrupt person, the corrupt can go after the corrupt. So where there is no rule of law, where it does not exist, just like I think my fellow panelists, he said insider dealings, and the guy showing time, he said insider dealings, like the one you can relate to drug mafia network, it's inevitable. Where there is no rule of law, see, dealings that you can liken to mafia network is inevitable. Right? He himself, showing himself in that interview, he alluded to the fact that the former CJ has some corruption issue or charges against him. He said the one before him also has corruption against him, and nothing is done. Even this current one too, See, it's still the current one, and all over him now is corruption. You can see it. You can see all over him, and nothing will come out of it. So it is only where there is no rule of law, the chief justice of a country will appoint his own son as a judge to the federal court. That's it. And when there is no rule of law, that's where you see someone, a senator, a federal senator, will stand on the floor of the Senate. Mukashua now, he will stand on the floor of the Senate and he will disclose a damning corruption network within the court system, and nothing, absolutely nothing will happen.
They did not arrest
that
him.
Is it. That is that nothing. That's it. There is no there.
Useless.
Yes, nothing. There's no rule of law. We must get that straight. We're just deceiving ourselves. It's just like we're painting it. Call it painting. Call it, they call it painting. They just paint it, and in some circle they'll call it dressing. We just dress it up to make it appear good. We don't have rule of law there. You see, that's why that will happen on the floor of the Senate, and nothing will happen because it's all insider dealings, similar to that one that happens, in the capital market or in the stock market. It's just similar to that type of insider trading. That is what is going on, and in Nigeria, is going on openly, brazenly. Is going on. That is what we have in Nigeria. It's so unfortunate because there is no rule of law. The citizens are not respected. First of all, we don't even let us call ourselves citizens in that country. Let's just put that to the trash. Nigerians are not. Let's just forget that one. That one is just just forget. There's no citizen, because back to what I said earlier. Leaders cannot sit down. I still try to fathom it. I try to figure it out that leaders will see at this stage, 2023, 21st century, 2023, with what is going on all over the world, and with Nigeria's peculiar problem and circumstances, that leaders will sit down together and they will come up with all this rubbish that we have seen in the last few days, few weeks. It's just impossible. Definitely they are not relating to people they will call their own. They don't count you as there. You are not there at all. You are not with them. They don't see the people in Nigeria as being Nigerians. You are something else. You can call yourself if you are not. Anybody can call you Nigeria. You are not.
Faro Timi already said. I don't know if you listen to that.
I listen because is it a country where we don't. In fact, it is now that having listened to that and with deeper insight, and I've come to the conclusion that it will only take a government that has no respect, that does not consider the people as even human beings to start with, that will not provide electricity for them.
Absolutely.
You see that you will not provide electricity for them. You will not provide a standard, even an average medical system for them. No functional educational system. No public water. That is nothing. Those people are just like they're just like your I don't know how to put the way they see Nigerians. You see, sometimes Nigerians they have these domestic workers. In Nigeria, people have domestic workers. Some people, the way they take their show, the way some Nigerians treat their domestic workers.
That's how they treat the citizens.
That's how they treat the citizens. Even worse, because I know people. I know people very well, close family friends, that they send their domestic staff to college. Yep. Everything that they did for their own children, they did it for their domestic staff. They buy property for his son, his domestic. It's the same thing. So they even treat Nigerians worse than domestic staff.
That's a fact.
No electricity. That's the value they place on Nigeria. We don't deserve it. You don't deserve medical system. You don't deserve to have good educational system. You are not there. We are inside with AC on our head. You have to stay outside, inside the sun, inside the cold, inside the rain, and then if we need you, we will call you in. That's the system we have in Nigeria. That's the system we have in Nigeria, because for leaders to at this age and time to come together and say, okay, we want to plan. The people of the country, the people you call, they will be your top priority. It will be your top priority. Giving them 8,000 naira like you are dropping, like crumbs that you can't even give your dog. What they call people for in that country? A country where there is no production of any kind. Nothing is working, no production of any kind. With no production of any kind, nothing is being planned for small businesses. And you are talking of distributing money. You can distribute it all you like. It will amount to nothing. Rather, inflation, drastic, rise in prices of everything you can think of. That's what will happen. Because you have to, if you don't take that money and put it into productive activities, small businesses are there. Nigeria is an informal sector, and it's an advantage. It's an advantage. Take advantage of the informal sector of Nigeria. Look at the small businesses in Nigeria. Support them. Tell the bank, make a law. If banks does not support small business, we take your license. That's what we are there for. We are not there to be giving loan to be importing crude oil to Nigeria. We don't give you license. We don't give you license. We don't give you license to be giving loans to millionaires. We are not producing anything. If we see that your bank does not meet a specific benchmark by supporting small businesses, we withdraw your license. That's not the purpose. Support small businesses. Mandate small businesses to employ people. Nigeria is an informal.
Not for these people. These people cannot think of that.
That's why, I know that they have no capacity to do it. They have no capacity to do it. They have no capacity to do all of this.
Yeah.
They have no capacity to do. They have no even if they are hearing all of this, and they know that it is right, it is the right thing to do. And this thing is not even a rocket science. I'm telling you, my sister. I'm telling you. See, if you put a non-degree holder, in fact, go and take one woman in the market who is a trader in the market of Nigeria. Take one business, a trader in the market of Nigeria. The woman will implement what we're talking about. It will implement it. Forget about all these things they bamboozle Nigeria with all this education. They will come and be talking English. Please, you just rubbish it. Just rubbish it. As far as Nigeria is concerned, my food, I don't care those ones who just on my food. And I'm saying that with all emphasis. I'm not denigrating education in any way. But it just doesn't work in Nigeria. Just forget all of that as far as Nigeria is concerned. Anybody can do this. It's not rocket science, for crying out loud. But guess what? They just don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to do all these things. They are talking about that. You look at the governors. They all run out now to grab everything. Just to grab it. Just as their man, their Oga said. Just take it, grab it and run away with it. Everything is just to grab, nothing for the people, nothing. Every little opportunity is just for them alone. Just grab it. That's why the last video you showed now, I like that video. The guy brought it out in pidgin language. They use all this grammar to bamboozle Nigerians. I like the guy because that petition, those final responses, they are legal matters, and I like the fact that the guy spoke in pidgin English. He brought it out to the level of an average, even below average. You understand what he's talking about. He
Absolutely.
tried. I agree with that guy. The fact that they use pigeon, you know,
Yeah.
and the way so it's just look at the
So
impunity of
let
yeah,
me play this
yeah,
video.
thanks,
Yeah,
yeah.
no worries. I want to play this video, but briefly because I couldn't stand the video. But I want us to listen to it to show you, just to drive home your points that you were making earlier, and also for everyone watching and Mr. One Love, so you can see it as well. How much these people don't even rate you. They don't rate anybody in Nigeria, whether you're home and abroad. They don't, consign them. Look, we listen.
Despite the insistence by the current party leaders of the All Progressives Congress, APC, that all is well with the party, some of the party's chieftains are not happy with the crisis rocking the party, which had on Tuesday led Senator Abdullahi Adamu, national chairman, and Senator Yola Omishore, secretary, to resign from their positions after they were accused of high-handedness and financial mismanagement by some members of the National Working Committee. Also, some members of the party are not happy with President Bola Tinubu's appointments at the presidency, stating that the president is more interested in appointing people from his Lagos constituency, thereby neglecting the rest of the Southwest. However, strong indications have also emerged that members of the NWC may clash with the party's governors over a plan by the latter to adopt former Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State as the new national chairman of the party. Joining us now on the morning show to discuss the internal wrangling in the ruling All Progressives Congress and how to resolve the quagmire is Dele Fulani, national coordinator of Conference of APC Support Groups in the Southwest. Good morning, Mr. Fulani, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Dr. Ruben, and good morning, viewers.
Okay, quickly, I've seen a letter that you signed as coordinator of the APC support groups in the Southwest, in which you are appealing to President Tinubu to remember that Lagos is not Southwest, that in the last election, he got votes also from Ekiti, from Oyo, from Osun, from other parts of the Southwest, and that there is a lopsidedness in terms of the number of persons he has appointed from the Southwest. 13 out of 20, all Lagos State-based politicians. Well, your letter was dated 19 July. I guess you may not have received any response yet. But do you want to address some of those issues you raised in that letter?
Yeah, once again, thank you, Dr. Ruben. The letter was written in good faith, and the letter was not written out of the blues. It's based on public opinion that is brewing. And in politics, opinion of the people, matters a lot. And we said, okay, this government just came on board. And since we are closer to the people, we are men and women of the grassroots. We have our ears on ground. It's better this is neat on the board before it became a wildfire that may not be easily quenched. So we put up the letter. Before the letter, we did a press release regarding that effect that came out in different national dailies. And also we wrote that open letter to Mr. President, because what the public opinion is saying out there, particularly from the Southwest, that like the letter put it, that the aides Mr. President has appointed so far, about out of 20, about 13 of them are from Lagos State. They may not be basically Lagos indigene, but these are individuals that play their politics in Lagos, that have adopted Lagos as their immediate constituency. And we say, no, the president should look to other side of the Southwest and make an equitable, balance of this. And if you want to go further, what has Lagos contributed to the success of, to the victory of Mr. President? If the election was to be solely relied on what comes out of Lagos, I think we'll not be talking about Mr. President being the president now. So we see this as an ugly situation that is brewing up, and Mr. President should look at other parts of Southwest, those that have contributed to his success. Look at Ondo State, look at Ekiti, look at Oyo, look at, Ogun, Osun. It shouldn't be only Lagos State. And also, too, the sense of entitlement of Lagos politician, doesn't go well with us. Doesn't go well with us because, the pressure that Mr. President is facing are basically from Lagos politicians, not politicians from other parts of the country or Southwest. Everybody wants to be ministers from Lagos. Everybody wants to be this. And going by Nigerian constitution, the president can only pick one from Lagos State, and virtue of maybe picking from zone, may also at maximum can pick two from Lagos. But everybody in Lagos want to become ministers. So what happened to the rest of Southwest? Everybody wants to be board chairman in Lagos. Everybody wants to be chief executive of MDAs. It doesn't work like that. So we advise Mr. President so seriously not to allow himself to be put under undue pressure by these individuals. And the president should spread out. He's the father of all. And also, if you permit me, we also mentioned the issue of constitution of the board appointment, whereby the chief of staff to president, was made the chairman, where we have the SGF as member or secretary. And we said no, by hierarchy or protocol. The SGF, by protocol, seniors are the chief of staff. The chief of staff is an aide to Mr. President. SGF is the secretary to the government of the federation. So when you have a committee that brings this individual together, the SGF should be the chairman of that committee. So we should do things in the right way. The SGF should be the chairman, and we advise Mr. President to revisit that appointment and make the SGF the chairman of the committee, and also pick a representative of the party of APC as the secretary of the committee. Because a representative of the party, we know who and who have worked for the party, that those that are good for one appointment or the other. Not also bringing in a renowned Lagos politician to chair the committee, whereby appointment will be thrown to his immediate constituency, or those honorables, those National Assembly members that failed in the last election, that may use the appointment to compensate them. These are what we have seen, and we feel no, it doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so obviously the ministerial list hasn't yet been released to the public. It's just the House, so we don't know what we don't know who has been earmarked for appointment. But what you're saying is that the body language so far is not encouraging, especially with the appointment he's made already. But some people would see this as speaking to bigger issues within the APC. Because as you've mentioned, you're the coordinator of the Conference of APC Support Groups. So at party level, there's some form of check or balance that you can, or accountability that you can, ask from the president. Beyond his appointments, there are other things that he's been criticized for and pointers to the fact that all is not well in the APC. And so these offshoots are coming out, and disgruntled people are writing letters and coming out to grant interviews. What is the state of the APC currently? Are there factions? Are there groups? Is there any way that people are looking to pull out because of the way the president has handled his leadership of the party?
I would like to say this emphatically. The president has done nothing wrong. The president has done no wrong for now. And the atmosphere in APC is cool, calm, and collected. There is no crisis. There is no any altar of people who want to move, and all that. Why should people move? Mm-hmm. You want to move from the ruling party to opposition? Who does that? Mm-hmm. So all these are just speculation. Are just in the realm of speculation. The president has done no wrong, so far. In fact, the policy he has put in place since he became president, are in the right direction to bring, Nigerians, to bring us from, where we were before, into where we were before to a better, to a better Nigeria, so to say. And talking about the party, when you have a party that is the ruling party, there is always a link between party administration and governance. And I don't think that link has been totally broken. I don't think that link has been totally broken because to the best of my knowledge, the presidency, has always been trying to interface with the party in some issues that I know. So for now, I don't see there's no disconnect. For now, there's no disconnect. But all we are saying is just that the president should spread out, and also the appointment of the committee that will superintend over the appointment of board. The party should be key player. The individuals that have been appointed, the SGF, the chief of staff, they are also critical stakeholders in the party. It's not that maybe they are from another party, they are from APC also, but we should have a party representation. We should have a party representation in the committee, because the party will know, those that really work for the party. The party will know those that fit in certain areas and all that. So that's what I'm saying. For now, the presidency have a pass mark. He has not done anything wrong.
Okay. A lot of people ask that, why are you bringing this forward as we speak? Why are you talking about it? Doesn't the president have a right to pick his own man? So why are you making it a Lagos thing?
Bam. Answer.
Now, thank you, Rufai, for that question.
He's doing an excellent job.
You see, in policy making, generally, there are stratas. Even when government want to form a policy, the government also consider public opinion. We consider opinion from the civil society, even from the press. And the public opinion also serve as a feedback mechanism to whatever program or policy government is embarking on. And now, as APC stakeholder, as an APC stakeholder, we feel this should be neat in the board, because I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from Ondo State. And I grew up in Lagos. I know what I'm saying, but I live in Abuja. I work here. I am an employer of labor. I'm an aviation consultant. But beyond that, I'm also a politician. We see the character of our people. We're in Abuja, we see them. We see Lagos politicians, the way they come in and all that. Let me tell you, you can't get anything done in the villa now without calling somebody from Lagos. Even to some of us that are from Southwest.
I never see.
I, as an individual, even with my capacity in the party, when I need something, when I want to access the villa, I must call somebody from Lagos to get access to it. It shouldn't be so. We understand that the president was former governor in Lagos State, and he has his lieutenant, his aide that work for him. In the same vein, you are now Mr. President, spread out to other regions, even beyond Southwest.
Spread out.
Because all what we are saying, the evidence are there. The appointments, look at it. They are former this, former that in Lagos. Why not former this, former that in Ondo State, former this, former that in Ekiti? We have capacity. We have men of great capacities all over the Southwest that the president can pick. So what we are saying, the president should look beyond Lagos.
I deliberately asked you, why are you making it about Lagos? Because it's a deliberate trick question. Truth has to be said. All of these people you claim are from Lagos. Not all of them are from Lagos. Mr. Dele Alake, for instance, is not from Lagos. And that's why I deliberately asked you that question. Why are you making it about Lagos? The other people that were picked, not all of them are from Lagos. So why are you making it about Lagos? Because what you are doing is a dog whistle. And that's why you mentioned Lagos in all of this. I have just given you one instance. Mr. Dele Alake is not from Lagos State. There are many other people that have been picked that are not from Lagos State. There are people that are from the north, part of his special advisors there. All right, take for instance, Ms. Musawa, what's her name? Anatu. Yes. Anatu is not from Lagos. There are other people there that are not from Lagos. So why mention this Lagos thing? Because it's a dog whistle. Adisa is not from Lagos. There's somebody from Oyo State there. Adedeji is from Oyo State. So why are you mentioning Lagos?
Can I butt in?
Yes.
Rufai, can I butt in?
But
if you listen to my my preamble earlier, I made mention that this individual may not be Lagos indigene, but these are people that play their politics in Lagos and have chosen Lagos as their immediate constituency. The Dele Alake you referred to, yes, Dele Alake is not from Lagos, but Dele Alake plays his politics in Lagos, was a commissioner for information during Ashwaju's administration as governor. Dele Alake was a commissioner for information. We have the host of them. Go through the list. Go through the list. See, when you have a situation whereby you have like 20 appointments and you can get about 10, 13 that reside in a particular place, that dwell in a particular place, their means of livelihood is from there, that they play their politics in a particular place. So it will be fair for you to make a generalization that they are from Lagos.
But there's also
not until they are Lagos.
Okay, can I come in? But there's also something called the fallacy of hasty generalization here. Anatu Musawa did not play her politics in Lagos. Mr. Adedeji did not play his politics in Lagos. We can also go on. Other people, I don't have the list here. There are a lot of people there that didn't play their politics in Lagos. So why this dog whistle about Lagos? Answer that. I've given it to you. Anatu Musawa didn't play her politics in Lagos. Mr. Adedeji didn't play her politics in Lagos.
Well, Mr. Dele Alake, incidentally.
If I listen.
You want to revise what you said earlier?
I understand.
He knocked him off his socks.
Now, the thing is this. I want you to take a very closer look at the appointment so far. The last tranche of appointment that was made are 28. Let me limit my discussion to the last appointment that was the 8 that were made, the last 20. You are calling Anatu and the rest. See, these are just a drop in the ocean, so to say. These are drop in the ocean, and that is why I was telling you that when you have variables of 20, when you have like 20 variables of 20, and 10 to 13 of that variable are from a particular set, you can make a generalization.
But that's a fallacy of hasty generalization. You're making a fallacy of hasty generalization.
Anyway, can we make progress?
That is not correct.
We need to make progress on this program.
That is not correct. If I may land on that point, sorry, Ruben.
Quickly, do so, because we have to manage time. Now, you see, this is quite ironic, because some of the examples, for every example, there can be so many others. Mr. Dele Alake ran for Senate once in Ekiti State. Yes. The deputy governor of Ondo State at the moment, Ayedatiwa, was living in Lagos. He went to his home state to become, deputy governor. So you can come with all kinds of examples. But what I find curious here is this. The point about the SGF and the chief of staff. And you are saying that the SGF is superior to the chief of staff to the president. If you could just back that up with a reference, because I'm not aware that it is written anywhere that the office of the SGF is superior to the office of chief of staff. What I know is that the president can delegate an assignment to whoever he chooses. He has such powers. The second thing, somewhere in that your letter of appeal to the president, you were saying when the president was going to the Paris summit, he traveled with people from Lagos, Lagosians, Lagos boys. People, some of them, they don't even have a portfolio. Do you know that, in fact, you will probably be vindicating the people who argue that Lagos should be for Lagosians. The people, the indigenous people, those who call themselves indigenous people of Lagos. They will say, look at it now. These people who have come to Lagos, they are now even quarreling among themselves about entitlements. So the conversation is not about service. It's not about agenda. Your support group is not setting an agenda for President Tinubu. You are fighting over who gets what position, who helps the president to carry bag, maybe when next he's going to the US. No, I mean, don't you think the optics look really bad?
Oh my God.
Okay. Let me pick it from there, from your first question about the SGF and the Chief of Staff.
You're looking silly right now.
I think the appointment of SGF is enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. But I cannot say same for the office of the Chief of Staff. And during Obasanjo administration, there was an administration that didn't even use Chief of Staff at all. I think Yar'Adua used Principal Secretary. The nomenclature of Chief of Staff, I think it started from President Obasanjo or so. And what we're saying is this. We have an office that is enshrined in the Constitution. I know the president has prerogative to assign and reassign duty or delegate duty to whoever he chooses. But why doing that? The president also have to be very careful in the area of protocol and seniority. In the area of protocol and seniority, you cannot say a vice president is in a committee and you ask the chief of staff to chair that committee because the president has the power to assign and reassign. So we don't feel it should be done in the proper perspective. That the AG is supposed to head that office because by other protocol, the FGS signals the chief of staff to the to the president. Now, to the next question, you see what we are saying is this. I'm from Southwest. We know how we suffered, how we campaigned rigorously for this administration. The kind of campaign we made this time, we didn't do such campaign in 2015, 2019. So for obvious reason, we went out to campaign for Mr. President. Now Nigeria has voted for us, across length and breadth. Fine, we give glory to God in that. Now what we are saying is that I think all this I'm saying are not my personal opinion, but we are closer to the people. These are what is going on in the public. That the president seems to favor the Lagos politicians. Then it's not left for you to distinguish who is Lagos politician, who is not Lagos politician. I believe the primary definition of Lagos politician are those, even though they are from other states, but they base in Lagos and they play their politics in Lagos. These are friends of Mr. President that were even in his cabinet when he was governor. So we are not trying to cast aspersion, on anybody. We're just telling Mr. President to look, to spread out. It's just an advice to Mr. President to spread out. And like I did mention, which I still maintain my point, I did mention the last appointment. Those there are people that have worked with President before, people that are Lagos State, that are politicians, in Lagos. So that's what we are saying. That President should spread out. So it's a humble, it's a humble call, it's a humble advice, without hurting anybody, without casting aspersion, on anyone.
Who the president appoints, however, is his prerogative, as you yourself know. I mean, people from the Southeast too might as well come on television and say, oh, he has not appointed enough Igbos. People from the North Central will say, they too should be, given something. What the federal constitution says, yes, national character, inclusion, but to reduce it to Lagos versus Oyo, Lagos versus Ekiti, it looks, other Nigerians will be wondering what is going on within the APC.
That was actually going to be my next question, that I see that your title is coordinator for support groups in the APC, not just in the Southwest. So I want to assume that your reach covers all support groups across the country, right?
Let us say Southwest.
That's correct.
APC.
So are you just the coordinator for the Southwest wing of the support groups?
No, let me make let me make a clarification there. I'm a man of many feathers. I'm the national coordinator for the conference of all APC support group coordinators. Now, we have Southwest Coalition. And by the virtue of my position at the national, they feel, okay, they can't have, because, that's my zone, that I should also double as the leader of the Southwest. So that's it. So that letter that was written in my capacity as the leader of Southwest APC support group coalition. If you read that letter, sorry, why?
Yes.
If you read that letter thoroughly, I just want to correct what Dr. Ruben make allusion to. If you read the letter thoroughly, at the end, I said somewhere that the president should look at other parts of the country. Should spread out and look at other parts of the country. So that is it.
That was the point I was going to make, actually, because you have two offices, but your first office primary is national remit, isn't it? And just to, again, take further Dr. Bati's point around the fact that the North can say they gave the president more votes than even the Southwest in terms of him emerging as president. And so if we had different groups like this within the APC agitating, would that not cause more issues for the president? Are there not matters that can be handled within rather than writing open letters? And even though you're saying you're not casting aspersions on the president, it's embarrassing to him. You're criticizing the choice of his appointments. You're criticizing the fact that he's not being a father to all. Does that not go in, against what it is you're saying you're doing? On one hand, praising him that he's doing well, but he is, it's nepotism you're accusing him of.
No, that's not correct. Nobody has accused Mr. President of nepotism. No. You see, office of the president is a highly exalted office. And then most of these appointments, people will come with advice, suggestion, nomination, and all that when it comes to appointments. And by so doing, it could be that those that have direct access to him are people from a particular space. And the president may not even have the opportunity to also engage people from the other space because the president is being surrounded by people from a particular space. So, and being a very busy man, what we are saying, the letter is just to advise that, hey, Mr. President, look at other, don't be under any undue pressure to certain people from a space. Spread out, Mr. President. Spread out to other parts of the country. Spread out to other parts of Southwest, and by extension, other parts of the country. So it's a humble advice. And that is an open letter. Does not mean that we cannot reach out to Mr. President and another. We know the bureaucracy in presidency. We know the bureaucracy. The letter could be written. I may not even get to Mr. President for obvious reason. It may not get to Mr. President because of the issue we are trying to address. So what do we have to do? We have to rely on this means by writing an open letter. So so far, the president has not done anything wrong. But what is seemingly happened to be that can cause a disquiet for a particular quarter, and we see it, and we could not say anything. We keep a kind of move about it. I think we will not be doing Mr. President good, and by extension, the party.
Okay. So don't you think you are making the Southwest look very bad as we speak with this? Because President Tinubu is not a president for the Southwest. He's a president for the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you.
And if you are saying, look at other parts of the Southwest, you are already sectionalizing him as president. So don't you feel this attempt is making the Southwest look very bad? And let me by extension say, don't you think some people will say in some quarters, and you buy a Ronu?
Okay, Rufai, I'm not alone in all this. I'm not alone in all this. I could be the face out there but I'm not alone in all this. There are hundreds of thousands of people that share this view. And we feel the best thing is to nip this on the board. Let me tell you something. If what we are saying, even though if the team seems balanced across other parts of the country, not even, let me take my discussion beyond Southwest. Let's say the thing seems balanced. Let's say the appointment seems balanced. You understand? I don't think the letter would have been necessary. Let's even play beyond Southwest. I don't think letter would have. Why we said Southwest is just because these are Yorubas. These individuals are Yorubas. Where do they could be from other parts of the state, but where do they play their politics? Where do they live? Where do they stay? They stay in a particular state, which is Lagos. And we said, okay, let's look at those that are playing their politics in Akure, in Abeokuta, in Ado-Ekiti, in Ibadan, in Osogbo, in Abeokuta, and the rest. It shouldn't be those that are playing their politics in Lagos alone. So it's a very harmless letter. It's a very harmless letter. And that's what we represent. It's our government. It's our government. So whatever we make people to see the government as government of yesterday that seems to be, tend towards a particular stock. We don't want it here also. We don't want to have, a replica of it.
What do you mean by it's our government?
Let's spread out.
What do you mean by it's our government? Is it the government of the Southwest? Is that what you mean?
No, don't put words in my mouth. It's APC government.
That's what you're saying.
That's what I mean.
Well,
it's our government. It's APC government.
I'm sure this conversation, is of interest to a lot of people. Somebody just sent me a message now saying that this Daily Fulani that is talking, support group, that the same people you are saying are Lagos boys, that they were the ones funding the support groups in other parts of the Southwest. True or false? You say that the support groups were coming to Lagos to collect money from the same people they say they don't want to see in government. True or false?
That is not correct. Oh. That is not correct. And I challenge anyone.
Okay.
My name is Dele Fulani. I challenge anyone.
Oh, really?
If any politician, even beyond Southwest, has given me kobo, and I'm not here maybe for political patronage. I say it with all emphasis. I'm not here for political patronage. What I'm here for is to guide, to give advice, to the government of the day, whereby whatever was the encumbrances of last administration this administration will not be withered with same. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. It's just the smooth sailing of this administration. So there's no any inordinate this thing.
Thank you so much
about it.
Thank you very much for coming on the morning show today, Otumba Dele Fulani.
Hey, God, oh my goodness. These people are something else. See, this man just came outrightly to tell us all. It's all about this. It's all about his interest. If I were not a Nigerian watching that show, it's okay. It's a sectional presidency that they have. It's only for the West, it's only for Yoruba people. That's exactly what this man came to do. He just came to add more fuel to the brewing issues already on ground. Mr. Ejiro, welcome, or Miss Ejiro, I'm sorry. Welcome to the show. Is this your first time being with us? Happy Friday.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Mr., I'm not Mrs.
Okay, Mr. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Ejiro, welcome. I hope Sister Omoye will not, you didn't go to Chicago as a female and come out as a male. You are a man.
All right, straight up. I just want to quickly talk because I'm at work. I'm calling from another part of the world. I'm calling from Europe.
Okay.
Just a quick one. Let me breathe in before I breathe out again.
Right.
All that is happening is not like it's new to us,
Yeah.
We knew that all these things are going to happen right from the time they play their games. I'm talking about INEC and co. After promising the world that they will do a credible election, they will do a transparent election. Even Nigerians challenged the INEC chairman when he was speaking then that it's like they want to, like the feeler they are getting, like INEC want to rig the election, which Yakubu also came out and debunked that and said, no, that's not true. The videos are all there, you know. So we knew all these things are going to happen. What I'm saying, I've said this I've said this time and time again in Nigeria Watch. What Nigeria need is a reset, because what we are doing in that country is just the same breed of people. They're just going like doing a merry-go-round in circles. So you know, you'll not be doing same thing and expect a different result. You know, so the country is rotting. You know, somebody just have to take the bull by the horn and clean the system up. Nigeria need a thorough cleaning, you know. Now we are talking about the court, the judiciary, that judiciary is on trial. Believe you me, I don't want to sound negative, but I'm going to say this. I don't see the court giving any justice there. There's no, because if you ask me, let me speak my mind. I don't want to speak for other persons. I just want to speak my own mind. The court has been compromised. Every institution in Nigeria has been compromised. So I'm not expecting anything less from the court. What's going to end it? They're going to still give it to Tinubu. Tinubu will still going to come out strong, and that will be where the uprising, the revolution now that Shora has been talking about, will all kick off. You know, if the people are serious, because the way it is now, like Bible always say, that house that is divided can never stand. Because right now we have three set of movement in Nigeria. We have the obedient, we have the APC and the PDP. So now the way it is now, they are waiting for the obedient to go on the street. That's what they are waiting for. Of which the obedient don't want to do that. They are not interested, because it's like they've been singing the song. This man you people are clamoring for, it's not what's going there. He's a drug dealer. They tag all kind of names on him. Now they want somebody that will lead the march, because when the court decide, people have to lead the march. Someone has to be. It's not going to be a faceless protest like the one we had, the NSAS 2 years ago. No, it's not going to be like that. They have to be leaders that will go out there and lead the march. And who that is going to be? Everyone is drawing back. Nobody wants to get killed, because Tinubu is going to roll out his tank. We all know him. He's a bloody civilian. Even the general that just left he is even it's a drug baron. You know what drug barons do? They are heartless. So he's going to roll out his tank at the end of the day. When the court eventually give it to him, anybody that wants to go on the street, he will roll out his tank. And that is where the whole thing is going to get messy and bloody. So the whole of this year, I don't see Nigeria getting out of this mess we put ourselves. Maybe sometime next year, if we can put our hearts together, because a lot of people is going to, I don't want to scare people, but people are going to die. A lot of persons are going to die for this matter.
What do you mean by next year?
Hold on. Let me land my point. When I land my point, you ask me questions. I'm saying next year. You know what I'm saying next year? Nobody will want to lead the march for that protest. Nobody will want to lead the march, because they know they know the repercussion. They know what is going to happen. Because Tinubu is ready. That man has spent trillions. So he's ready to mop up every money, every garden money he has spent for that election. Because he said in his word, if you remember vividly, during the campaign, during his campaign, he said he's going to hit the ground running. Do you know what that word means? Do you know the magnitude of that word? That is what we are facing now. Hitting the ground running does not mean he's going to fix the economy. No. Hitting the ground running means he's going to mop up every money he has spent. So that's why he's hitting out at everywhere. Look at the Unity schools now.
Mr. Ejiro, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I have to interject there. I don't know if you've been following what's been happening bumper to bumper. Have you been following what has been happening?
To some extent, to a certain degree, yes.
Okay, so I sense that you're speaking from a place of frustration, which is where all of us are really. We're even beyond that. But when people hear you say all that you're saying right now, it means that you have not been updated on what's going on. That's what it means.
So you update me now. Update me. Let me.
No, Mr. Ejiro, I don't get that time. You will update yourself. You understand? Everybody need to do this work by themselves. You will go Twitter.
You said, hold on. Let me interject quickly. Before I forget my line of thought. Hold on. I'm gonna forget my line of thoughts now. Let me interject quickly. You said I've not been updated. So that's what I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, you finish. You land your point. Go ahead.
Finish. So
go ahead.
My point to you, you're asking me to update you. From what you have said,
you just accused me now. Allegedly, you say I've not been updated. That's why I say you update me.
It looks like, okay, you're not allowing me speak. I have to be able to communicate it clearly to you. What I said to you was, it sounds like you have not really been following this bumper to bumper. And by your own words, you said not really. So what are you trying to say here? And I say, it looks like you have to come up to speed. And you're now expecting me to now bring you up to speed. Where do you want me to start from? I've been doing this for God knows how long. Where do you want me, from where you're talking where the point you are right now is the point we were like at the beginning, after the election. Everything that you're talking about right now, we already dealt with that issue after the election and after they gave it to this fraudulent man. We are beyond what you're talking about. People are ready to get on the ground. People are waiting. They want them. Nobody believes in the judiciary anymore. We all agree that we have no systems in Nigeria anymore. There's no Nigerian, there's no obedience. Let me put it that way. There's no obedience or anyone standing for the truth that believes in the judiciary. So people are waiting for them to actually mess up.
Okay, can I butt in now, because I've just you paused me, so I have to butt in again. Now I'm gonna say this. You see, somebody just asked me a question. Okay, let me just take everything in. My brother, sorry I cut you off. What were you asking? So that I just round off everything before I go. You said something before I said let me land. So you say what you want to say, so that I can just summarize both what our sister Omoye just said and with yours together.
He just asked you, say, what do you mean?
No, let him speak himself. I want to hear from him, so that I know I'm handling everything together.
I just told you what he said. I don't understand. You asked, when you were talking, you said that that next year. Then he now asked you, he said, what do you mean by next year? That's the only question.
Okay, I got you. Okay, let me butt in. I said next year. You know why I said next year? I'm going to take it from there. I'm saying next year because the protest that is coming, that is going to rock Nigeria, or that is going to hit Nigeria, there must be a leader. There must be somebody in the forefront of that protest. It's not going to be a faceless protest. That is where we have an issue now.
That's wrong. It doesn't have.
That's wrong.
It's going to be faceless. Yes. And
it's not going to be faceless. It's not going to be faceless. You know why? You know why it's not going to be faceless? Do you know why it's not going to be faceless? Do you know why it's not going to? You say it's going to be faceless. I'm going to tell you why it's not going to be faceless, and you should also tell me why it's going to be faceless. Are you okay by that? If I tell you why it's not going, if I tell you why it's not going to be faceless, you in return, in reverse, you will tell me why it's going to be faceless. Are you fine by that?
I'm not going to go back and forth with you. Clearly, again, like I said, you are months behind. There is no way you're going to come here and tell me what you think is going to happen. There's no way it's going to happen. You will have to go back and do your assignment. You have to go get caught up with everything that's been happening. I'm telling you, it's going to.
What do you mean go back and do your assignment? What do you mean go back and do your assignment? We are pulling up an argument here. You are saying yours. I'm telling you my own opinion. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion.
You don't have a right to yell at me. Number one, you came in here.
I don't have to yell at you. You were the one that bought in. You didn't come down to bought in. You just raised your voice. Now you're accusing me of yelling at you.
1 second. Okay. Now you are wielding so much powers on Agbado. So it makes me curious. What side are you on? Mr. Ejiro, that Agbado has so much power? Because if you're giving him so much power and authority,
one at a time. Can I hear her speak? One at a time. Let me hear her speak.
Feel like you are saying that he's a drug. Who gives an F? Is that whatever he is right now? Is it helping anybody in Nigeria? Are people not starving and walking all over the place?
Mr. Ejiro, you have still not answered. You see, before I respond, at least in details to everything you said, I want to know where you are going. When you say next year, I want to see the relevance.
I've not landed. That's what I'm saying.
Please, I want to see what is your relevance. What's the relevance of 2024? Okay, go ahead.
Let him respond. 2 minutes, Oga.
Now, I said something. I said the protest that we all, because like I said, and like you know, like we all know, the court is going to disappoint. And when the court disappoints, the next point of call is protest. And that protest is not going to be faceless. That is where I have an issue. This is my opinion. You can take it or leave it. And when there's protest like that, the kind of protest that is going to hit the nation, somebody has to be on the forefront. Somebody has to lead that protest. Whether we agree or disagree, somebody has to lead the protest. Because if we want to do the protest the way we did NSAS, definitely still going to fail.
Okay. Is that all?
1 second, Mr. Jonathan. I'm going to come to you. Oga, so thank you very much for your contribution. Let us give other people opportunity to respond to you. Mr. Jonathan, please go.
Yeah, from everything that you have said, right, is that first of all, you base everything on the fact. Let me start with that faceless or faceless protest that you talked about. See, a protest doesn't have to have a face. Just to be precise, it doesn't have to have a face, because you are talking of thousands of people that will come out. It's mobilization. It's for people that will come out. So the face we are talking about now is like somebody will come out and give a press conference, and then they will say that people are coming out tomorrow, like you are referring it to like Nigerian Labour Congress, like NLC, that the president or chairman of NLC will come out and say there will be strike from Monday to whatever. So that is what you are equating it with. So there is no equivalence there at all. No equivalence at all. So as far as that is concerned, I don't see any argument you are making there at all. And then I try to really hear you out on next year. I want to see the connection between what is happening now and that people have to wait till next year. Next year to do what? To vote again? Or next year is the time that they will come out?
We're going to take it one at a time. If you allow me.
So is it next year that people will now come out for protest? That's one. You need to go to that one straight. Eat it right on. Let me hear you out on that one. And then see, don't waste time. Just go to that one. Say it. Let me hear it.
To debate me, or you are coming to command? What you are doing now, you are commanding me.
No. This is a debate because you said something. Which why did you get this guy? This guy.
Agbado guy in disguise. Let him go. He
can't stand. He can't. That's the reason why he can't stand now.
Say anything. He just way. They're afraid. That's what it means. The guy is
Yeah,
shaking.
that's fine. I met his. He will meet his match. He will come to a place where he meet his match because
Face. Which kind of
I'm a,
face they
I'm
look
a,
for?
I'm a,
Let
you,
him be
I'm
the
a,
face now.
you for
Mr.
leave her.
Onion, go ahead.
I be one ask her a question. You for leave the guy.
I not leave. Now him come out too.
now
I
he
not
run away himself now.
he not fit handle
Okay.
the heat. He come out. He dey ask me
Oh,
question of
because
when election not be match when they don't
yeah,
swear
he
this
did not
this
answer the question.
fraudulent money.
He did not answer the question Mr. Jonathan asked him. He
He
was
did not
just going
answer. Now
back
he
and
come
forth,
out.
back
He
and
said
forth.
whether they commander on a debate. Look at him shaking. They're all shaking. Agbado people, they are shaking.
I
They are
don't know
shaking.
if I have a student like that in my class and I ask him a direct question and he's beating around the bush, I probably will fail him. But because he did not answer the question, that's all I
He
have to
did
say.
not. He cannot answer. He came. He's coming in with heat of match. A hit when we don't pass, come out. We don't already know where we they go. You they come here, they say the judiciary. Don't we already know that? How many of us for here go talk say we know it? Say judiciary. Oh yeah, they will do the right thing. Nobody has said that. You're coming here, you rush. I'm at work. I just want to. Agbado people, they are all afraid. That's why they're looking for face. You will not see face, so it is you people that will be the face. You Agbadorians. You Batorians, you people are the ones that are going to be the face of the protest because now it is hitting you people left, right, center. People are so that now they hear word. Now they trek now they suffer. Eh? He's not up to date. Thank you very much, Egowe. He came with match heat. He's telling me to bring him up to date as if I be your secretary. Now go find the information yourself. Eh? You're coming here to come and be using match energy for what month are we in? July. What kind of rubbish is that? You're asking me a question you can't answer directly. You're dancing around. You want to debate. You want to argue. Argue with who? Go and argue with your Agbadorians that voted for this man that does not know anything. Look at him now. Look at the mess he has put the country into. He has crashed whatever is left of that system. Nothing is working. Look at human beings trekking from one place to the other. People they travel for road. Journey when they take them 2 hours before 30 minutes, 20 minutes, they don't reach there. Eh? You are coming here with hot blood. You are looking for face. You be the face. Stand up and be the face. Carry the flag. After all, who is buying the petrol? 600.
Is it their own face? Their own face will be so plenty. It will be all over the place. You see all those people that are already coming out now, crying, complaining, ranting all over the place. Those people that voted for APC, most of them are, they are the ones that are coming out now. Those ones that have that ability to come to social media and talk. They are the ones coming out now, ranting. They will have so many faces. See, we've been seeing videos now in the last, day or two of people just walking on the street that they take over a whole main road, a whole highway, and they are just trekking, walking. That's how revolution starts. That's how you will see it. It will start. Face. He's talking about face. Which face? It is the faces of all Nigerians. So he's talking about face. This guy is just.
No,
Anyways, there are, yeah.
Batman. The Temi say na Batman, Batwoman at the face of the press. Oh my god, I like that angle. Make I play one video for now. Make I play one video. These people, they una suffer, they do press up. Shebi una say una stubborn, una wicked. Una don't see wetin pass una sef now. Una come dey hear word. Now una go be the face of that protest last.
Well, I'm very, very happy for this country now. During the elections, everybody were shouting, Tinubu built Lagos, Tinubu built Lagos. Even when most of us know that when we are in that same Lagos, we are complaining about so many things, the dirty, the hold up, the bad roads and everything. We still brought that because we were hiding behind tribalism. Yes, it's on my side. It is tribal. Now, as a Yoruba man, are you buying fuel less? Or as an Igbo man, are things easy for you? If you go and buy bread, do you bring your Tinubu card or your APC card before they will sell fuel for you and they will sell for you for 150? No. The reality has dawned on you. There's somebody sitting in Nassau Rock and you are there queuing and you are there suffering. Don't even know how you are going to get the next meal. Yes. Yes, Tinubu is building Nigeria. But I want to ask you, which level is this house now? Which level is the building? No foresight, no roadmap. I will do this, I will do this. There was nothing. If I want to solve a mathematical problem, I should tell you this is the formula to use. I will do this, I will do that. What is the roadmap? The person that was closest to showing us this is the roadmap and what I want to do. No, is this, is from this side, is from that side. How would you see a reasonable solution, but you choose to follow another side because of tribe in a 21st century? Well, the whole world is evolving. We are still thinking like the cavemen, and we are here complaining. No, nobody should call anybody to join protest. When we are trying to avoid protest and this kind of disaster happening in this country, some people were practicing tribal bigotry, religion, and throwing different kind of things into the system. It has dawned on us now, and you are calling the whole country. The food you put in the fire, only you now go pound the yam. This yam where you put on fire since, now only you go pound that. So enjoy the moment. Tomorrow is 617. Dollar is 850. Pounds is 1,050 naira. We are coming. All these things are all systemic. You don't want people to leave the country. You increase the price of this foreign exchange. Before, if you needed just 10 million to leave this country, now you're needing 20 million. How are you going to live in a country where minimum wage is 30,000 naira? So everything is a system. You have the freedom of movement, but when you cannot, movement is not free. You have a freedom of movement, but this movement is not free. You must pay for it. So you have to make sacrifice for you to actually achieve your dreams. Now, more, because we allowed everything to degrade to this extent, all on the platform of religion and tribalism. Which country thrives on those things? Which country thrives on it? Because you must have stolen some money and you are comfortable, you feel this is the way. Because we are a selfish set of people. Now people are dying around you. Don't worry. When the hungry people increase, you that seems like you are okay and you will not get touched. A system when people are now on survival mode, there is no morality or sanity. So I want to see how safe you would be in such a situation, in such a system, because you allowed us to get to this extent. Those supporters of BAT and Tinubu that built Lagos, let's enjoy the process. Let's enjoy the same. Let's enjoy the process. Let's be patient in the process that made Potter in Chelsea to take Chelsea to 12th position. Let's trust this process of Tinubu. Let's see where Nigeria will get to.
They just they start nonsense. They hear the smell. You talk, shout, talk. People were doing tribalism, religion, they tie rapper.
In Nigeria, nobody will call it to get to a point. We are almost there now, that climax. Nobody will call anybody out to protest. People themselves, they will come. You just wake up one morning, you will see on the street of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Abuja, you will see these people themselves, they will come out themselves. Wait, they said they have left the price of petrol to be based on the forces of demand and supply. Nigeria, demand and supply, where corruption is the order of the day. Wait, now when crude oil will get to $90 per barrel, $100 per barrel, when petrol will not get to 900 naira, 850, I'm waiting. Because it is trading. If you watch the commodity market, that's how we trade. If you get there and nothing goes up in Nigeria and never comes down, as they do in a normal time, where you will buy gas today per gallon at a particular price, you go there next week, the price will drop by about 5 cents, 10 cents, or no, it's not here, it's not in Nigeria. Once it goes up, it goes up. They leave it for forces and demand and supply. We shall see. Nobody will touch them. Now they are just starting. They are starting right now. They are reaching we're just getting to the climax. They are just getting started. Because nobody is buying. Just this video you just showed. I mean, this last video now. Nobody is buying. It's not that someone. I mean, APC people are buying their petrol at 300 naira or 200 naira. No, the Indomie, the price, that video you showed also, the price of Indomie They are buying it the same. The Indomie is more or less a staple food in Nigeria, and it's one of the cheapest food that the average Nigeria or Nigeria they can still even kind of they can still relate with. Now it's out of reach. Are you kidding me? Rice is almost out of reach. Indomie, just Indomie there is now becoming gold right under their nose. Let them wait. They have not started. This when they talk of farmers, they want to give money to farmers. See, Nigerians, when they talk of farmers, they are not talking of regular farmers. So they are not talking of those regular farmers, those ones that have 10 acres, 20 acres that will produce their goods, and then people will go to their market and then they will buy. Those ones are the ones that these bandits have raided them out of their lands. The farmers they are talking about, they are the big farmers. This money goes to them. This 19 billion goes to them. Those farmers that are using tractors, this is just all about grabbing. They will grab that 19 billion. They will grab it. Nothing will get to those regular farmers. Those are the people. The one that brings out his pepper is 50 bags of pepper. Another farmer that brings out his 100 bags of pepper will come together and then they will pull it up together, bring it to the market. Those ones have no place. They will get nothing. See, all those APC supporters, all of them, that they thought that they would get something from this government because they voted and they supported because of their own selfish interests only. I'm telling you, they will get nothing. Nothing. It's exactly that video you showed, this man called Fulani or whatever I call himself. You see him now, he's crying out because he see that the food is going, they are clearing the table. They will not get anything. Most of them will be disappointed. They won't get anything out of it. And mark my words, so you will see some of them, they will start coming, they will start shifting, start joining the big group. You will see.
My brother, thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. Let's, Mr. Ugo, welcome. Oh. Happy Friday
thank
to
you.
you.
Happy Friday to you.
Yeah. Thank you for joining. So what do you have to say now? What do you get to contribute? Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Madam, I hail you.
Hailing's
I'm a
right
little bit
back.
panelists. I agree to now. You guys are two I was a that and little three bit that. decided.
I'm
Can
sorry.
you hear me?
I can
Yes.
hear you, Mr. Ugo. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so I was a little bit disappointed with my brother Ejiro because I know he's either Urobo or Isoko. So I think the guy is not up to speed, right? Because if he's following events, he won't talk that way. Because everybody just waiting on the tribunal to mix up so that it will mix up the country for everybody.
Exactly.
And the truth is that we have a very strong case against Tinubu. Multi-dimensional ropes tying him. Like even the judiciary, they need to change the constitution overnight and the electoral act to untie Tinubu from disqualification. So from what they're trying to do, from my very understanding, they're trying to bully the judges. And they're trying to use their past to blackmail them. So, but we're letting the judiciary know that we don't care about their past.
No matter what they are past, if they let me, they catch them naked.
Yeah.
With the most horrible way, we forgive them. Let them just do their job.
Yeah, we don't care about their past, right? All we need now for them, we're telling them to uphold the constitution. They should dispense justice. That's what we want. The country is in a mess. I look up, I compare Naira and Zimbabwe. You won't believe it. Zimbabwe currency is higher than Naira at the moment. To tell you how bad.
Cameroon not even go Zimbabwe. Cameroon for years, just say their money don't pass around.
So people and the truth is that I look at some people when I make comment on Twitter, they just jump on me. Right? I just laugh. Some can barely feed. My car insurance or my power bill and internet bill is even higher than bigger than what they use to feed themselves in a month. So I don't think they don't even know how a country works for everybody. So I'm a little bit surprised that some people are still not getting it. Nigeria is in a mess. We need to speak up. For now, I'm not really afraid. Though my mom is here with me, has been saying, "Oh, because you're in Canada, that's why you've been." I even go out there. Says, I don't care. I tweet them. I send them tweet. Even army, police, I send them. I tell them your people are corrupt. You are criminals. Criminality enablers. You guys are bad. I send a tweet. You go to my Twitter. I attack everyone. I don't care. So you guys are a bunch of criminals, crooks. And I challenge some people the other day. I said nobody even knows who Tinubu is. I don't think that man is a Nigerian.
He doesn't
have a brother. He doesn't have a brother. He doesn't have a sister. No cousin, no uncle. Where is he from?
He fell from the sky.
Yeah, he's going to destroy Nigeria. He's already destroying Nigeria. People are already suffering, trekking.
With the help of the fellow Nigerians that are dumb.
I don't know if any Yoruba is here, but I'm going to say it. Not all Yorubas are bad, but some Yorubas need to stand for what is.
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba man. So go ahead, my brother.
Some of you guys, some of them need to stand up for what is right, right? We can't just be saying something is right when it's not right because we speak the same language, right? Something is not right, it's not right. The country is not working, it's not working. I don't understand the point that we are maybe the 5th largest oil producing country, but we can't even refine our crude oil. I don't get it. Right? They said they export our crude oil, whether well, to refine, I don't understand. So at the end of the day, we're not even getting all the products we're supposed to get back. I don't know why Warri refinery is not working, Port Harcourt refinery is not working, Kaduna refinery is not working. The country is in a mess. Like the basic things that the government is supposed to give to the citizens, they can't even provide them. We're talking about the basic. Provide the basic. Every other developed country, they have the basic. That is why I see people don't struggle that much. But in Nigeria, the government cannot even provide the basic. No healthcare. Okay, I look at the budget the other day. Like, healthcare is completely missing from that list. And healthcare is the most critical aspect of you need that. So I don't know where we are really heading to. People need to speak up. They should stop bullying the judicial the judges. They let them do their job.
The good thing in all of it is that Nigerians are really speaking up. Every day the numbers are increasing. So they're not going to get away with it this time because people are ready.
This one they're not going to get away with it. They're not going to get away.
They're not going to get away. People are just waiting. And they think that Nigerians, people are just quiet and they're not going to do anything. The reason why there was no backlash after the election, immediately after, was because of Peter Obi. Now, Peter Obi, everybody, they look.
Yeah, I said something that Nigerians made a mistake during that election. You know what the mistake they made? After that presidential election, they should have insisted that they need to see the result before that governorship election. That is the mistake they made. But
they tried to now, but they silenced them. But my own is the point, and it's already water under the bridge. I don't want to go back there. But the point is, at the time that they ought to have done something was when they were still counting. For me, when Belaye stood up and was complaining, that's when somebody supposed to dive that chairman for where he did. Carry other people start to chew am. I'm telling you, these people like that, you lose your mind with them because that's the only thing they understand. You just carry people, you chew am, you spit out, you go take another one again, you go they chew am, you spit, they go rest, they not get what they want to. How many people they want keep?
You know that on that day, they anticipated and preempted that. They anticipated that they are on their guard throughout. The day Mahmoud, you see, notice that when Mahmoud was about to announce that result, that at 4 a.m. in the morning on that day, all the security forces, Inspector General of Police and everything, I can imagine the atmosphere outside.
No.
Yeah, I know.
That's not when they declared him. I'm talking about when they were counting. Not when they did. When they were counting is when they could have shut that whole thing down.
It
Honestly.
is even from the state. Most of those things should not have even got to Abuja in the first place. It is at the state level that everything should have been. Nothing is. Look at what happened in Abia now. The way
That's
what
true.
people did in
Yeah.
Abia, it will not leave in the first place, because the moment it gets to leave, it leaves the state collation center. It gets to Abuja, they will perpetrate whatever they want to perpetrate. If you kick them out of that convention center, they will go inside one room, bring channels TV there, brings NTA inside that room. They
Jonathan,
will go.
sorry,
They
let
will
me
go. They will,
Mr.
yeah,
Jonathan, sorry, let me
yeah.
quickly come to the new person in the studio. I don't want to keep anybody waiting too long. Mr. Easy, welcome. Oh, good evening. Happy Friday to you.
Thank you, Omoye. Thank you, panelists. It's crazy.
Yep.
Omoye, you are doing a good job. You know,
Thank you.
you've been there for a very long time, and very soon, don't worry, God will play your music for you. You know, you are doing a
If
lot.
the
I've been
country
following
good,
you.
the music go sweet. If the country
Now,
good,
music
the
will make
country
sense.
good.
No be Disneyland musical. Music will make sense. You
Thank
know,
you.
you're welcome, because I
Mm,
know I get to hear your contribution while you're online with Ninja Blog, and
yeah,
I try to follow you, but now hustle. We did here now the hustle with the hustle.
I
You know,
know,
yeah, we
my
did try and
brother.
make the
I
thing work,
know.
but last, God go give us what we go call our own. We will not go see the vex like this.
He said, "Oh,
Yes, so seriously, truly and truly, it's hurting. It's hurting. It's painful where you have to see. Do you know the number of youth we have in Nigerians that cannot control things? As according to their statement, everybody is scared. If you fight, if you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you will still die. Then
bye,
which
bye
one,
is the
bye,
word."
sorry. If you talk, you buy. If you don't talk, you still buy. So which one do you want to choose?
My brother, can I jump in? Can I just jump in there real quick?
Yes.
Why is it that, I mean, when it comes to speaking and trying to stand up to this government, it's difficult for Nigerian youth to do.
That is what I'm saying.
I remember before I left Nigeria, I left Nigeria around 17, 18. I still remember back then, even in primary, secondary school, you see youth fighting themselves because they are in one gang or the other, but they can't
Yes.
stand up and be united against government that are enslaving them. Why? That I still don't get it up
Yeah.
to today.
It,
It's
it's
sad.
it's always going to be like that. You remember, like the first thing they use is tribalism. They bring in front, like you said. Even while in the system, those in system that they operate in school, those in any of those, they are cultism, the stuff that they are doing. All tribes are in one. They do things in unity. But when it comes to let's do something, you see, that is why our Benin people, seriously, that state, I love that state, but sometimes they pain me. I sit and cry and say Benin should be one of the best states anytime, any day that you always think of, because we push the narrative, not voice narrative, action narrative. We push it for people to see our relevance, and we are doing a good job with that. If only that people can emulate, and let's translate this to a nationwide stuff where we can achieve results, knowing that if protests will help. It helps in Algeria, it helps in Morocco, it helps in different countries, and they achieve results. But sometimes why I look, it's hard because of this tribalism. Now, in other North African countries and other countries that the protests have happened, they do it in unity. Nobody need to call anybody. They fall out on their own volition and they achieve results. But this one now, if you tell the Northerners now to join this protest, it's going to be a problem. You are wasting your time. They've enjoyed their government. Let them go and see. That's what they will tell you. The Westerners will only share maybe 50-50% to tell you our local. It's them that want to stay. Some of them will stay. So you will not get the core number of people to be able to push this narrative. So it's a lot of issues to need to go around with. Because whether we like it or not, this protest will help. It will help. We have been sitting on the fence for too long. Me, I'm somebody that if he said I put my hand, I put my leg. I don't care. Because we want the betterment of this country. This country is called our own.
Let me interject a bit. My neighbor, like my elder brother, you know that like during the election period, I watched closely, right? I was so I was so like overjoyed with the way like when I saw Edo people, they stood up for their results. But I saw one polling unit. A guy was telling a soldier, man, leave my polling unit. You can't change my result. He was shouting at the soldier, so leave here. What I'm trying to make is that the way Edo people stood up, if others stood up that way, some of the results were trying to even contest. I don't think we'll even contesting them.
How did Edo be Lagos? How did it come into play? We tried to show the political class that time that vote we can. And if you notice that what happened in that election, everybody voted in one accord. Forget the number they called for the other part for PDP. I mean for APC. Forget the number. I followed the election.
Yeah, I followed it too.
I saw it and I saw that if we want to achieve it, we will do it. But in this case, the manipulation of this general election was much. I guess in all ramifications, the voting for Peter Obi was enormous. I won't blame whether they voted or not voted because manipulation took place somewhere.
8 million votes is missing now. 8 million
yes,
votes.
I know manipulation took place. I know manipulation took place. So I don't want to get angry with anybody whether they voted on for Peter Obi to submit ECA. Do you know what it means to submit ECA? That means the original result of some. And up to the fact that he got 25%, he submitted documents to show that people voted.
Yeah, 8 million votes missing.
I saw another video from Ibadan, UI. The students in UI that were chanting while they were voting, when they were counting the results. Obi won. So in different locations, in so many areas, I know that was how the election came up. But then another thing that I noticed, sometimes we take things for granted. We are supposed to be acting immediately information comes up. But some people will tell you we need to see proof. There are proofs that are there, but we don't see it. You remember when this man, this guy from CU people, Ugochi Yere, in CU people, was talking about voters' registration that was being manipulated, and the fact that they are trying to change the process from electronic voting to manual. The guy said all these things. He came out on live TV, did a live broadcast.
I remember that video.
We ignored it. We ignored it.
We talked about it actually. That's when he talked about it. We talked about it because I remember that specific video. We did talk about it. No, we did. So when he came out and was saying that they did not give them the what was the video?
PVC.
Yes. Right. So at the end of the day, we talked about it. We started calling out the Okoye to come and explain, to come and tell us what happened. A lot of things were happening at the same time, back to back.
Distraction.
They were overwhelming. Yes.
I know what they did.
That video where
and INEC deliberately and systematically disenfranchise people from South and Southeast.
Do you know we're talking of 12 states.
I don't know why they're taking us for granted. Sorry, go ahead.
We're talking of 11 states that gave Obi a good number of votes. 11 states. I bet you Tinubu will see 25% in this 11 states. Tinubu will see 25% in this 11 states. He won't see 25%. PDP and APC were using Labour Party to shine in their different states, using them because PDP they are champion of rigging. So since APC is in power, PDP can only try the little they can. APC continue from where PDP stopped. Because of their greed. Give this man this stuff. Let him change things. You said no. You want power to go back to the north. Are you the only people? Is Nigeria only meant for the north?
Yeah, we need to change that. Like Niger Delta, we got nothing. Like the oil, when people say, "Oh, they're taxpayers' money," I don't want to hear anybody say that again.
I started the Kubos stayed there and he's blabbing his mouth. You call yourself a Niger Delta militant, a retired Niger Delta militant. You are carrying weapon up and down as if it's granite you are holding. Yeah. A whole Niger Delta. We cannot be proud of anything that we call our own.
So that is the problem with Nigeria. Now you can see it now. That is the problem with Nigeria and with Nigerians. It is not necessarily a regional problem. It is more much more of individuals. Because you see in the east now, in the eastern part of Nigeria, it is the same elite there that they are using to dismantle eastern part of Nigeria. So when you talk of Asari Dokubo in the south is from there, and is the one is inside there. He knows the suffering, he knows the degradation that they are brought to the communities in that region, and he still stand, he still supporting this government. So it is individualism. It is all about what is in for them. See, that's what Nigerian problem is. They don't care. See, the lawmakers that they allocated 70 billion for them. Are they from heaven, or are they just fell from the sky? They are from each and every community in Nigeria now. They are from the north, they are from the east, they are from the south, they are from the southwest, they are everywhere. But it's all about them. They don't think about their community. They don't think about their people. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. The video that Omoye's corner just showed, the last video of that man, one Fulani man who said he's a Yoruba man. You can see him. He came out in disguise, under the guise as if he's fighting for the people, but he's fighting for himself. He's not fighting for anybody. He came out simply, wrote that letter. It is seemingly, when you look at it, it seems as if, this man is a fighter. He's fighting. He even said that this not only him, it's public opinion. Which public opinion? He said it's hundreds of thousands of people. Which hundreds of thousands of people? It came as if the letter is covering, people, like it's a group or collective. No, he's only fighting for himself. All he cares about is the position that he's going to grab from those. Either they'll give him to be a director in one of the federal parastatals or agency. Look at him, that man. When you look at, he said he's an aviation consultant. Which aviation consultant? He will end up getting one position. Those are the type of people. And then he went further. He said our government, and they caught him right there and then. Rufai caught him there. He said, you said our government. He said he quickly denied it when he was confronted. He said no, because it's all about their government. Our turn, APC government. This is our government. This is our time.
That is their thought. Yeah.
To get. That's the mindset that they carry in, and that is his mindset. And he said it out, and he was caught right there. They quickly call him. They call him out, and he denied it, because that's the reason. He paid for the interview. He came out as if he wrote a letter. The letter, when you look at them, that's the problem with Nigerians. That's the problem one of our major problems, if not our main and core problem, which is that we don't ask questions. We don't just do, and whenever we do, each time we even ask any question at all. Even when you see a Nigerian asking questions, it's all about himself. Look at it deeply. Like this man now, you will think, even if he felt good about himself, he's so confident that he will come out and speak, and he thinks that people cannot read beyond the lines, and he will just baboosh them. That he's coming out to, but he came out for himself. It's all about himself. Not even for. It's probably maybe for his psychophant like himself, his cohorts, that they are together. They put money together and they pay. Maybe 5, 6 of them. They are all looking for position. And then they appointed him to go and be their main speaker on Arise TV. Arise News. That's all. That is the problem we have in that country. We are not just straight for everybody is for himself. That mindset of me alone. Every other person can go and die. They can go. Even people, to the extent that people don't even think of their fellow Nigerians on the same street with them. Same street. I'm not even talking of same local government now. talk less of state, talk less of the entire Nigeria. The same neighborhood, street, people don't think it's all about myself. That's why you will see one man will go to Abuja. He will be elected as a house rep, and he will go to Abuja there, and all he goes there. After 8 years, he will come back to that same community, and the people are worse off by the time he's back because he went there all for himself. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. They have used tribalism, they have used religion and ethnicity to divide us. But if there is anything that we have gotten out of this process, if there is anything at all, Nigerians' eyes are open. Peter Obi, if there is anything, if there is any takeout for us, it is no longer business as usual. Nigerians' eyes are open. People are asking questions, even not to the point, not to the extent that we should, but it is no longer the same a year ago. Nigeria are now asking questions. If it were to be Nigeria of 4-5 years ago, this $8,000, they will go away, 8,000 naira, they will go away with it. All this nonsense they are doing right now, they will go away with it. People will not talk about it. But now, they can't do anything stupid now and go, without being called out. They will go away with it. So for that alone, if that is the only thing we achieve, we have done something. Nigeria is not the same again, and it will not be the same going forward. It won't.
I was opportune to be. There back then in school. I was a unionist, so I know what it means to. You see the kind of politics that goes on as students. Then imagine the one that they play in the higher level. That was when I knew we are heading. In fact, we are heading to, if care is not taken, if things are not done right. The issue we are going to encounter is only God that will involve. We don't need God now. God will allow us to do it. Then later he can come and help. Because we are tired of disturbing that man. He has tried. It's left for us to fight for ourselves. It's our cause. Now you are telling me now that you gave a support to an individual to build a refinery in Lagos State. And we are proud of it. The thunder that will fire everybody that is excited because they build refinery. The thunder is doing press up. And it's going to use the less flights to Nigeria. Everybody is excited that Dangote built a refinery. Nigeria now has a refinery. It's not Nigeria refinery. It's the elite refinery. And it's part of using it to suck us dry as far as Nigeria is concerned. And I'm really ashamed of the kind of things we do in that country. Some of us have seen 99. It's just remaining 100. We've toiled. We've hustled. We've done things. The country cannot even put smile on our face. So many people that will tell you they went to school for 50 naira, 20 naira. We cannot allow us go to school now for 100,000. And you are increasing money, you are increasing fees with this suffering. Take home cannot take anybody home with 30,000 naira. And some states are not even paying the 30,000 naira. What is going on in Nigeria?
They are not paying the 30. My brother, sorry for cutting you. They are not paying the 30,000. What they want to do now, they want to grab that 500 billion now. That 8,000, they want to grab it now. I'll take it to their state, and that is the end of the story.
And you are telling us to go and meet governor. Is it not the president that allocated it to the governors? So people are saying, why are we quarreling with the federal government? We should quarrel with our governor. No, the federal government should not allocate those kind of things without them knowing what they want to use it for. The federal government should give them a standing order to say release funds to local government, which is the last tier of government. The state government cannot hold fund and hold local government. No, release it to them. Let our councillors, let our chairman be answerable to us, not the state government answerable to us. You now decide who you put there. You now use them as your puppets. If they don't listen to you, 2 years. That's what they are meant to stay. 2 years. That's their tenure. Before 1 year, you will find out that, this person did not do it. They want to take you out. The state government are still the chairman of the state. They rule by proxy. What is going on? It's not funny anymore. Jackpot now is not, you can't even jackpot again. How do you want to jackpot? Where are you jackpotting to? Is jackpot your mate now? Jackpot is nobody's mate. I just pray the issue of criminality should not increase, because the way things are going, even the poor will still be suffering more because they are going to be robbing them. That is my fear right now. People that are hungry will go and look for food in a poor man's house. They won't go to the rich man's house. They will go to the poor people's place to go and look for food to eat and take anything they need to take from them by force.
Because the poor man's house is a soft target. They won't go to where the rich man have barricaded himself with security and everything, and they don't want to die. They want to enjoy their loot, so they'll go to the poor man's house, who is a soft target, who they can easily rob and run away.
I weep for my country. I weep for my country. It's painful. They pain me.
Well, we're
You know.
getting close to crash land. So guess what? Well, the judiciary like me, they do it if they want. They like me, they don't do one. Thank you very much, Mr. Easy. May I quick come to Mr. Bamidele? Bamidele, good evening to you. Happy Friday. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Did you listen to all the videos?
Well, I listened to a little bit of what's going on, but I kind of like soak in what's kind of like going on with like the current president with Tinubu, and like it's just like, because with the current state of everything, it just seems like it's so negative that Nigeria will never change, because you have corrupt leaders who want to cling on to power, and like they don't really care about developing the nation. They only care about developing themselves and their family and their friends. They don't really care. And to be honest, they feel that the citizens in Nigeria are stupid because, say for example, if Tinubu were sick or something, he would go to UK, or he would come to United States, or would go to another country to get medical treatment, or medical attention. But he doesn't want to provide that sort of services in the nation, and they want to leave the citizens to be high and dry. And it's sort of like an embarrassment to us, because we are seen as the most educated and most intelligent people in Africa, or even in the world. But like, because for me, for example, me doing a doctorate in business administration is like, you know I can't even start business in my own nation, Nigeria, so-called the giant of Nigeria. But it's like, if you promote a business, that business should be promoted to develop the local community in that nation or region of the world. And it's like, it seems like, we're only good for crude oil, but it's like other countries are even moving away from fossil fuel. So how do you diversify the economy if you're not open to change, and you're just kind of like stuck in this mentality, like, well, we have the resources, but it's like, how you diversify your economy, it's always stagnant. And I don't even blame ourselves that we don't want to go back home, because like, if we don't want to go back home, then like it just seems like we're in this circle, it's just never going to change. And is I feel like some people are just kind of like really laughing at Nigeria, the so-called giants of Africa, because it's just so stagnant. you know if it's truly the giant of Africa, it should be producing a lot of things that not only build up build up that nation, but the whole other African nation should be looking up to Nigeria for assistance. And like other African nations are, it seems like they're more developing than Nigeria, which is sort of like an embarrassment. So that's all pretty much all I have to say. So
Well, thank you very much. I mean, that's a lot. You said a lot. I mean, at least you are observing everything that's going on, and that's a good. Everybody needs to be on this table. So I pulled up this tweet because I wanted to talk a little bit about it. So apparently, this is information that just came that David Udeyi got, and he shared it. So I just want to read it. I'm sure some of you have seen it already, but I just wanted us to read it as well. So he said, "This source has never told me anything untrue before. I hope this will be the first time, because if not," and he goes to say the president, Agbado, just rose from a meeting with Governor Uzodima, DG. Is it Uzodima or Uzodima? Well,
It's just
DG.
that my guess it was an error. It's just that-
Okay. SSS chairman ICPC, and instructed to go after the tribunal judges, including the lawyers of Atiku and Peter Obi. Yeah, and then the person that sent it to to David, then he says, "Please, I heard this from a reliable source." So they're planning to go after. These are the people they are trying to go after: the tribunal judges, the lawyers for Atiku and for Peter Obi. If they touch any of Peter Obi, if they touch LP lawyers, because all our idea that judiciary, if anything, make back within that LP,
Yeah.
including Peter Obi, Kasala go bust.
That is why they advise them. Whenever you are in
That's what
please learn to
the that's exactly what the lead counsel of people be in their finance address, that they released they submitted yesterday. They said desperation taken to another level, too low. It is desperation that we're seeing now.
Yes.
And that desperation, what it will happen is that they will start committing. They will start committing enforced errors. When you are desperate, you will start saying nobody will force them. They will start making these errors, and that is the error that will bring them to their Waterloo. You will see what will happen. It is desperation to at a very low that it's unimaginable. Where a sitting president, not even a legitimate one for that matter, is now working desperately to use the apparatus of the state intelligence and financial sources, to intimidate. Now, I started today by saying that Nigeria has no rule of law, pure and simple. No rule of law in Nigeria. We are just living, just like a country. As if it's a country that has rule of law, this case by now, it should have been done, and dusted. We will not even be talking. We already know what the outcome is going to be. You will not know, there will be no doubt from any corner. People will not be talking. The likes of that guy that appeared there some few minutes ago, talking about it will definitely be given to this thing. You won't even see people. You won't even see comments or insinuations of such. It won't even come up at all. But because that is the fundamental. We have no rule of law in Nigeria. So it is only now that the forces of the people, the coming together of the people that stand for truth, that stand for Nigeria, for a great Nigeria to begin to emerge. That forces, it is that forces now that is forcing them so seriously. Their hands are tied that they is forcing them to operate this rule of law. It's like whether you like it or not, you must operate by this rule of law. It is that forces now that comes together. If not, you will not see the CJN, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, coming together with the ruling government, manipulating judges and all the rest of it. You won't see that. And they will be scot-free. Nothing will happen to them. Nothing. They will do it and they will go free. Because why? There is no rule of law. Rule of law applies to the poor man. Rule of law applies to not the millions of Nigerians that are not citizens of Nigeria. Rule of law applies to the rule of law does not apply to them. But when it comes to them, to the rich people, they will rush to court. They will get an injunction. Quick, they will run to court. They will get an injunction. They will frustrate legal process. They will use that system to their benefit, to their own advantage. But for the common, ordinary Nigerians, there is nothing like rule of law.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. Mr. One Love, I know you tried to interject earlier. Are you available now? Mr. One Love. Okay. Maybe he's not. Who was trying to speak now?
Me, Isaiah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you were saying something about the rule of law. I remember I was watching the interview of this activist and lawyer Odin Kalu, Chidi Odin Kalu, with Sheung. I was talking about when they were saying the judiciary is the hope of the common man. The man now said is also the rope that hangs the common man. Do you get that? He said judiciary is the hope of the common man. The man now said is also the rope that hangs the common man.
Yeah, so, I remember. Yeah, Mr. Dele Faro to me.
Yeah, no, Chidi Odin Kalu, the
Sorry,
activist.
Yes, that interview you showed earlier.
Yes.
You
see that? You see what that man said? The man has a lot. The man has a lot. He has seen a lot. He knows a lot. Now, we said Bukalization in the dictionary. We are going to put it in the dictionary. The Bukachua man and the wife, they try to play smart. The man has already come out to say, this is what it is. The wife is coming out to tell us that no, the husband, he doesn't do those kind of things. You can't fool us. No. We know this is the truth until something is done. And it's the same thing that is playing out in the judiciary. The man gave list of all scenarios of, and if case not taken, those cases will be judged again, because people will get angry and go back to those cases that judiciaries that have been involved in most of these negative kind of results given out, they will go back to want their case to be rejudged. It's an issue, it's a problem. The judiciary is a problem. Wike and Zodima, let them be having their time. The time for the people will soon come. One man, you people are just one individual that people make persons. People gather to give you people the power you have reason to write today. And you think your life, the life of those people are in your hand. One-on-one, if you meet anybody outside, they will punch, good punch, you will drop, and they will take you to the hospital. You people are now, because you can control soldiers that they don't even think that they have family, they have children, they have wife, they're in this country. Except they are telling me the soldiers they recruited are from Niger or are from other countries that they are not part of Nigeria. If not, I don't see any reason why when anything is happening, the soldiers or the police will be at the forefront of trying to bring down the same people that are expressing anger.
Yeah, Mr. Isaiah, 1 second. Mr. Jonathan, please, can you hold the panel for a quick few minutes? I'll be right back. Can you hear me, Mr. Jonathan?
I'm with you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, please let me hold the panel for a quick few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go ahead, Mr.
So it's so pathetic. Where you same police, the same soldiers, everybody is fighting for a cause. They now see you people as the tools. You people now come out to want to be used as the tools. You want to fight. It's becoming I feel pain, I feel bad. Seeing our uniform men that know you people are you are suffering a part of this thing. Except you are telling me there are other ways you are making money. Except you are telling me there are other ways you are making money. It's painful. It's painful. There's nothing like no hope for the common man. We are just working on a keg of gunpowder. If anything happens tomorrow, nobody cares about us.
That's why Nigeria. See, that's what the reason why we're seeing what we are seeing right now in Nigeria. You said something very profound just right now. You said except they are living on the money they are earning. Of course, they are not living on that money. That is why they can still continue, because if they are living on their salary, no single man in Nigeria that has his senses in order
Yes.
that will still be supporting this, supporting what we have on ground in Nigeria now. But it's because they are manipulating, they are benefiting from the corrupt system. So they are not living on their salary. It is only the poor people. The guy, that is the reason why the guy whose minimum wage is 30,000. The take home is not even 30,000, no, because they will remove almost about 6,000-7,000 naira from that money. The guy is
Pension will be
going
there.
home.
Taxes will be there.
The guy is going home with about 23,600 naira. That's what he's going on with. Those are the people that are bearing this pain. You see all those people, those military officers. If a military officer is living, by his salary,
Yeah.
living by his salary in Nigeria, truly, there will be no Boko Haram. They will have dismantled them. They will have dismantled them completely. But you know what? There will be no bunkering. But you know what? All they are doing is that they are enjoying the bunkering.
Yeah.
That is how they are feeding themselves.
Yeah.
You see, so they want it to go on. Everything is fine with them. Everything is okay with them. They are not living their salary. Is it civil servant living with their salaries? They are not. Even the so-called the intelligence community, they are not living, from their salary. Even the so-called EFCC or what they call it, they are not. You go there now. It's all about. Their own corruption is at a different level.
They are only
Their own corruption is even at a different level.
I'm telling you.
So at the end of the day, they will now be talking of corruption. Who is going to fight it? No, but you can't fight corruption. We need a new slate. We need Peter Obi. It is only him for now in Nigeria of today. Is only him. And what is his crime now? What is his crime? What is Peter Obi's crime now? That is not corrupt. So if you are not corrupt in Nigeria, it's Igbo, and it's not corrupt. If you are not corrupt, then you are a criminal. You are a problem in Nigeria. You must be corrupt. Because all of them.
Imagine my former governor, James Ibori, Lucky Benedio, they all went to Asoro. Those guys are crooks. Those two
And how
guys.
shameless the country can be. How shameless the country can be. Do you know that the first set of governors, class of 1999, they started this corruption, they made it this bad. They built on it. They paved way for corruption to be as bad as this. I don't see anything. You see the way we carry them, the way we embellish them, the way we care for them. These are people with negativity in them. These are people that have caused pain for so many people. And we see them tomorrow and we are happy. They will carry on the news of class of 1999. Stop the class of 1999. Did they bring development to the country? Because they were the first elected democratic governors, and we are so happy, we are excited about it.
They're all bunch of criminals. Look at their state. Look at the state that they govern from 1999 to 2007. Look at that same state today. If there is any difference, just look at that state today.
I think Mr. Ugo Will was trying to say something. Mr. Ugo Will.
No, I was just saying that imagine my former governor, James Ibori, and Lucky Benedio of the state. Those guys, they went to Asorok, those criminals, right? Tinubu is trying to build an association of criminals.
Well, that's what you should expect now. Don't be surprised if Ibori emerges as one of the ministers in Nigeria, or an ambassador, given an ambassadorial appointment, or he will be a minister, or he will be an MD or chairman. He will probably be a chairman of one of the federal parastatals. That you will just wait and see what will happen. Because
let me interject.
Yeah, but I think he has a case in the UK.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. He's going to be arrested again. He's going to be arrested again.
It's unfortunate for him.
Yes, I was listening to, I don't know where they were saying it. The lawyer, they did a case while he was not there. They called in another case while he was not there. They said they are going to bill him with £100 million that are going to retrieve from him. So he's going back there. Let him be bouncing with his 2x2 stomach up and down like Igbinedion. Let him be bouncing.
That's why he wants to get, that's why he will be vying now seriously for an ambassadorial appointment so that he will get immunity. So he can do whatever, he can fly everywhere because he has that immunity. I think that's his best shot right now. They'll give him one ambassadorial appointment. That's what he's looking. That's what I think he's looking for right now to get cover from this. But
does he cover?
Yeah, if you get if you're an ambassador, if you're an ambassador, you have this. If you're an ambassador, you have this immunity rather that they can't, you can't be arrested. Like for example, if let's say for example, let's say Bori becomes Nigerian ambassador, say to Singapore, for example, that Nigeria High Commission in Singapore, that building, nobody can go there and do anything to him. You can't enter that building and arrest him.
It's true.
You can't do, So probably that's what he's looking for. He's looking for cover. That's what this bunch of criminals. What do you expect? Who surrounded himself with criminals? Because as I've always said, and I'll say it over and over again, there is nobody, no man in his right mind who has worked legitimately to build himself up, his career up, that he will put everything on the line to come and work for this man. It's going to be the likes of him that will work for him.
There are still some shameless people that will still want to work for me.
I know in Nigeria. No, that's what I mean. You see, that's why. See, Tinubu. See, if you know him, if you study him, aside from politics, if you study his person, his personality, he likes to brag. He's a proud person. He likes to brag. He likes to claim that he has talent around him. He likes to claim that he has the best around him, and that is his nightmare now. He cannot bring the best around him right now. He's going to be criminals like himself. He can't. Tell me a professor in Harvard or in UK that will say he wants to put everything on the line right now. A technocrat who is a Nigerian that will say, okay, I want to come now and work for Tinubu. It can't. It can't. He will either resign or else he will tarnish everything he has worked for 30, 40, 35, 40 years. Because there's no way you can work for this government that they will not ask you to steal. They will not ask you to do the unthinkable. No way. There's no way you can do it. Tell me which ministry you want to assign you to that will not work, you will not be asked to carry out their dirty works. So it has to be those politicians like themselves in Nigeria. And when that news comes out, they know that Nigerians will cry out. Because it's not Nigeria of yesterday again. Nigerians will cry out. In fact, it will be another 8,000 naira 2.0. We haven't seen anything yet. That's why it can't come out. And the deadline for him to announce that thing is next week. He must announce these ministers by next week. I can't wait to see who will work for him. Who? It has to be Wiki. He will get the likes of Wiki. He will get the likes of Iburi. He will get the likes of Ganduje. And so on like that. Those are the people. Festus Kiyamo. Those are the people. Bayo Nonugas. Those are the people in the psychopaths that he will surround himself with. Who is it Okonjo Iweala that will come and work for Tinubu at this time? No, they can't. That is why he's going nowhere. This man is going nowhere until he drop the stolen property that is holding. He dropped that mandate that is holding. He has to drop it.
Right. Sorry, quick question. Is he releasing the money is the UK releasing the money to Nigeria? Is that true? I thought they said
they are not releasing the money. They are not releasing the money. his set of money they want to collect from him.
Yeah, 100 billion, something like that, right?
Pounds, hundreds of pounds, millions of pounds that is going to pay. It's part of the I don't know if it's a fraud money or some printing money that he was doing then. So a lot is still coming back to him. So he's not going anywhere so soon. He's definitely going to go back. So if they like, let them hurriedly give him a commissioner or give him a minister or give him ambassadorial position. It will still catch up with him because he's still serving. And normally they don't release you. You are not supposed to go about doing other things. They will tell you when they are releasing you. They will tell you whenever they need you, they can call on you.
Right.
So you want to tell me if they give him an ambassadorial position and they now need him, the government will not tell him no, he cannot go. It's not going to be possible. It's not going to be the case like what's his name? This is our tailor, our police tailor that refused to take to America for judgment. It's not going to be business as usual, you know. So things are going to be different. They should be warming up. Let them enjoy themselves. Go to all the parties they need to go to, and we'll meet them one by one.
Yes, so
we'll meet them one by one. Miracle beating, I don't collect.
I'm telling you, the serious one, because Nigeria not be like this. Honestly, the thing need to make the thing who finally just crash land.
Makes sense. I fall out
when
the
we
more.
start to rebuild.
I fall out the more. I don't sense.
I'm telling you, make
during the election,
rebuild from beginning.
During the election, I told my parents, you people are not traveling anywhere. You people are part of the problem we had. When you people were young, when you people were still young people that have energy, you people were not doing anything. You allow people like Tinubu to be telling us how they created Nadeko and they were fighting the military. Which kind of fight did they fight? Is it the guerrilla warfare kind of fight that you fight? You go and hide and you say you are fighting the government. Which government were you fighting? The same Abacha government that I know that can take on you people anytime, any day. You said you are fighting, and you people now want to become a tyrant to us. That you were fighting for democracy. You didn't fight for democracy. You were fighting for your pocket. And you think it's not paying us that you are the one that brought us where we are today. No, you didn't bring us where we are today. Some other people fought for it.
Bring us to where we are, but guess what? Where we are, though, we're in a mess. So he's right. He's part of the corrupt system that brought us to where we are. It was a slow retrogression of the system. So he's right to that extent.
Who does that? For how long? Things are going wrong. No, everyone is keeping quiet. Another thing I want us to observe. You see people now, they now come out to talk. I believe is that this government is not favoring them. That is why they are coming out to make different statements. Because when this whole thing started and everybody had information of what they're supposed to give, who came out to say, oh no, this is how this thing is. This is not true. Nobody will say anything. They are scared. But now people are now bold enough to now come out and tell us, oh, this is the situation. This was what happened during that time. No, it's not true. Why are you coming out now? Are you coming out to create more problem? When we need the information from you people to work with, to campaign with, nobody came out. And now people are coming out to drop tips on how Nigeria should move forward. They still come out to lie. Imagine Gospel like Pablo telling us, oh, Nigeria are comfortable with the amount of how much they sell fuel. I was shocked. He said, oh, all Nigerians are okay. They are doing well. Eh? From your mouth.
He said that. I didn't read that anyway. He said that.
But go and watch the interview when these people they went to visit him. They went to visit him now when they were before the next meeting. Before next meeting.
Oh my God.
Fabio said so.
That's an aberration, man. That's disgusting.
Listen to Rufai. Rufai responded to him. Rufai responded to him.
Oh my God. So insensitive. So insensitive.
Seriously.
Oh my God.
He said it.
Wow.
That was why they now decided to say, okay, before the all governors meeting, where they now, because they have gone their own, they went to do their own personal meeting to decide how they will hold on to that 8,000 naira, not share it. Let all the other governors come and decide what they will do before they will merge agreement together. So they had their own first neck meeting with just Hope Uzodinma, a few of the APC governors, Gospel Akpabio, House of Rep Speaker, and Tinubu himself. They had their own first meeting.
Nigerians, you see all those, every one of them in Nigeria, everyone. in Nigeria, they will eat their breakfast.
They will collect.
They will collect. Those that voted for APC, all of them. It's just unfortunate that those Nigerians that are looking forward for a better Nigeria, that opted for the better option, they cannot be excluded. That's just my pain.
It's okay.
It's just unfortunate. See this petrol price. Now dollar now. I just read on the comment section. Somebody said dollar is 8.75, and I quickly check really from my regular platform because I've not checked the rate of dollar yesterday and today. I just check really. It's 8.75 naira. Dollar close today at 8.75. So we know already that petrol price is going to go up again because they claim that it's now based on the forces of demand and supply, market forces. So market forces is foreign exchange is intertwined, is deeply embedded with crude because they will have to buy the dollar. It is not the dollar they bought last month to get the crude, the petrol they are buying today because they are importing it. So they are now getting dollar at a different rate. Let them bring the petrol, the one they will be selling in August, in September, if the price again will not go up. You see? And that this not anything, this fact, this is just an economic fact. If dollar is now trading at 8.75, and that is the rate they are buying it at an average price of probably 8.65 or 8.65, 8.60, 8.65. And if that rate is sustained for another few days, then you don't need a rocket science. You don't need an economist to tell you that the price of petrol is going up again. So you can see where we are in Nigeria and where people are going. So unfortunately, Nigerians are just sleeping and waking up. It's like somebody whose house is burning and there is fire on the roof of his house and he's sleeping comfortably inside. That's just the way I see Nigerians, majority of them. Fire is burning on your roof and you are sleeping comfortably. Don't you know that fire will burn you? You will be burnt inside that house. That is what is happening right now. The only time you hear them cry is the day they will just wake up one morning, sometimes in August or first week of September. They will say they will start shouting again. Petrol is now 720 naira. You already know now that is going to happen, and you are not talking. You are not doing anything. So it's a serious thing for us in that country. And until they do, it is in our hands. It is Nigerians themselves that will get themselves out of this mess. Nobody is going to do it for them. Britain will not do it. United Kingdom will not do it for them. America will not do it for them. Nobody is going to do it for them. In fact, your neighbor will not do it for you. Everybody must come out collectively and get their country back from the hands of these crooks.
We sat down there and allowed 500 people, 500 more or so. How many? About 3 something and 2 something in House of Rep and Senate, holding Nigerian to ransom. I laugh in Japanese. I laugh in Japanese. Nigeria is warming up. Oh. I laugh in Japanese. 500 plus to share 70 billion. Which furniture are they sharing? Is it the furniture?
Yes. And this furniture, you know what? This furniture, almost all of them, if not almost all of them, they will be imported furniture. So that money, the entire of that money is leaving Nigeria. It's not going to stay. They will pocket the one they will pocket, and those furniture that they will even buy, those ones that they will buy, if at all, is all going out. The cars they are buying, they will not be Nigerian made cars. It's all nothing is assembled in Nigeria. It's all the entire of that money, and they will be talking that They'll be talking that the economy is not good. You need a soothsayer to tell you that.
Which kind of country are we?
See, see, there is something when you go to school, there's something we learn in school. They will say, they tell you that, see, there is theory. When you go to school, you learn the theory. When you come out, it is the practical. You will face it. You will face the practical side of what you have learned, if you are trying to apply in some cases, in fact, in larger percentage of the cases, your theory will not even apply. It will really take you far in your work. You face the practical sense of it. These people, I beg them, if you cannot even do the practical economics, please take your textbook. Give us the textbook economics. Straightforward one. At least you have the textbooks. We know that if there is production, there will be employment. It is textbook. Please do that.
Please, so which one be Unity School? I beg. Which is Unity School supposed to be a public school?
Yes.
No, Unity schools are those public schools that are funded by the state.
Yeah.
Now they increase to 100 and something. They increase that by 122%.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they are like the Unity schools are like the elite public school. Like they are like the elite. There is the public school. We have the public schools, but you also have the Unity schools. So those Unity schools they are kind of funded. It's like they are the. That's how I can put it. Like they are kind of graded higher than the regular advanced public school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what some.
No, they are states. You see, like for example, if you call, I can talk of Lagos State now. In Lagos State, they have Unity school. So what they did is that each local government have one Unity school, right? So they put it there. So each local government will have one Unity school. So I think, but not all. But the idea is that at least there will be one Unity school in one local government, each of the state. And those unities they do entrance examination from primary school to get into the to the Unity schools. They are the kind of the elite kind of public schools. Yeah, that's what the Unity school is like.
Like the Delta State has one at Agbaro.
Yeah, every state fund their own. Every state just make sure it's okay for people to be able to. Is a state, even though it was like a federal government initiative, but it's a state thing. So everybody tend to fund and make sure that it's up to date for themselves.
Yeah, my question for the legislative arm of the government, from my calculation, it has been 24 years now we've been practicing whatever they call democracy, right?
Yeah.
I don't know the kind of laws they are making. Are they making poverty laws or what? I don't get it. Because I remember those days where we used to have public tap, right? We don't even have any of them now. So I don't really know what they are doing. I don't even know their job description, to be honest.
My brother, when you said tap in the olden days, you know what I've been doing for the past few weeks, months now that I now went back. I was watching movies that we're watching as far back as in the 80s and the early 90s.
Yeah, I remember Willy Willy.
Willy is even at least it's not everybody that will watch it. The likes of you see Checkmate, you watch Village Headmaster.
Checkmate, yeah.
Checkmate. Go and watch Village Headmaster. Go and watch which other one again? You see Mirror in the Sun.
Mirror in the Sun.
Exactly. I was watching those things, and you were hearing people saying, even Zebrudaya, the New Masquerade. Even the New Masquerade, you watch it and you see how if you are nostalgic, you understand what I'm talking about. For people that don't really like what is it in the past, many people don't care. But when you go back to watch these things, listen to what they were saying during that time and comparing to this time, see the environment, see the way things were, you will understand that we are like somebody said on the chat, we've gone 100 years back again.
Yeah, I don't get it. We're not making progress at all.
We have gone back, but by then, development were it was creeping in. The kind of things they say, the kind of way things have been done, what government were managing, what private owned, what the masses enjoyed, it was all there. You can see line of actions of benefits, things coming in. Because you said tap, that was why my memory went there. It's more than tap. Too many things were put in place for us to have followed. But because we have the greedy set of animalistic human beings that came in all for their pocket, they decide to take us back to Libya or Liberia.
You see the corruption. You see the corruption that we are experiencing in Nigeria from 1999, since the return of this, since the start of this Fourth Republic. It is at a new level completely. Since 1960, even pre-independence, the type of corruption we're seeing. That is why you can see the likes of Igbo, getting away with that kind of money and so on and so on. See, that tap water thing, even during Abacha, tap water was still running in Lagos State. In that time, because I knew where before when in Nigeria, I relocated in 2000, 2001, 2002 in Nigeria. I still pay water bills. They still bring gifts like this. You still go and pay. But the problem is the corruption. It's a systematic, it's a systemic, degradation of the entire public structure. It's a gradual thing. And it was getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Now it has gotten to a stage where there is nothing like public water again. Absolutely nothing like public water in Nigeria again.
Yeah, you know why I mentioned that? For me, I'm just thinking that is how it even started here, right? So what Nigeria ought to have done, it was to just modernize it, right? But we just abandon it. Because I just feel that's how it started. Yeah, because you don't have tank anywhere, right? I think that's how they started too. But Nigeria, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what to even say about that country.
And when you have those things were working, like you said, things were working. Things would have gone well, not having individual. Because I noticed what they did, the same way they did to this power holdings, this discourse. That was what they did to those other good things we were enjoying.
Yeah.
Back then, in some areas in Lagos, they had street lights. People were managing it. Things were happening. Security was
it was when during Obasanjo, that was the final straw when they privatized everything. They sold everything off to themselves. They sold it among themselves. Yeah, they just pretty much they just distributed it amongst themselves there with some peanuts. They bought all the public infrastructure, of Nigeria, and that was it. They are turning Nigerians to the southern part of Nigeria, equate it now with the north, where there is nothing. And guess what? Since that was why when Yaradua came in 1999, 2007,
yeah,
he said one of his focus is going to be water. He's going to pay more attention on water. And he appointed the minister who was his minister for water, this Shagari's son. He appointed Shagari's son as the minister for water resources. What did they do there? The man, Yaradua, blessed memory, he allocated significant amount of money to the water ministry in Nigeria. Shagari, that is the son of the former president. He was the minister for water resources, appointed by Yaradua. The entire allocation, not.
We don't say where do they
He don't say. He appointed the money. Everything was siphoned. Nothing. No, nothing. If you talk of water, go to northern Nigeria, where it's as dry as anything. Northern Nigeria is even better. That you need about 2 million to get borehole. Everybody has to build borehole. In northern Nigeria, it is even times 2 of that to get borehole. That is why you see them. They are taking all their cows out of the north, bringing them to the south.
The cost problem.
Because there's no water. The irrigation system that they even is all destroyed. Nothing here. The place is entirely dry. And the two areas that are so significant for Nigeria, the North Central, the Plateau, the Benue, they are destroying that place. They destroy currently now. The destruction is ongoing. They are decimating Plateau, the Plateau, the Taraba and the Benue. But those are the areas now that is still standing, and they are decimating that place right now. It's ongoing. It's just so unfortunate. And see that central, not central. Obi won North Central outright, all of them. Taraba, Benue, Plateau. He won those three states outright. But they rigged it out completely.
From my understanding, even won some states in Southwest apart from Lagos.
Even if we did not win it outright, they took so much votes from him, because the impression they are getting is that even if we give Obi 10,000 votes in this state, people will just take it as, how do you expect? And they come out with that narrative. You remember that stupid narrative that they come up with before the election and immediately after the election? But some of those stupid APC people, they said that, how do you expect Obi to be president? How do you expect Obi to win any state in the Southwest? That's their narrative. But when that didn't wet water, because when at the presidential tribunal, when the Obi Legacy started tendering evidence up to Ekiti State, the first state that was declared in Abuja, the vote there was when this man stood up at the election collation center. This man from Kogi State, when he stood up and he was challenging the result of Ekiti State, that's not the result. They stole significant votes from Labour Party, even from Ekiti State or Osun State, significant votes. If the votes are legally counted, in Nigeria, if they put them, bring it all out. Let's just do a recount. Let's just count it again. Let's just do a recount. In the eyes of the whole world, bring external people. Let them sit down. Let's do a recount. In fact, it will be a disaster. I'm telling you, it will be worse than a disaster, because first of all, INEC will not be able to produce those ballot papers in the first place. They won't. They can't produce some of those ballot papers where they thumbprint. They can't produce it because they know that quite well that if they carry out any forensic examination on those ballot papers, you will see thousands of ballot papers thumbprinted by only one person. And that will be the end of the whole thing. So they won't bring that out. If we bring out the beavers, let us count everything again. Use the form EC8As from all the polling units. Let's do a recount again. So I don't even know where their position is coming from. That they have no any other argument other than to say that we have the right to use manual collation after you have deceived everybody, deceived Nigerians, both internally, externally, that everything is going to be electronic. Everything this time around is going to be, painted the whole thing. And now you are coming out boldly. Now it is not about just saying it now, or maybe you go and sit down on a national TV and saying it or what. No, you in the court of law, written and submitted as your defense in the court of law, that you have the right to use manual collation. That's self-indictment. That you have indicted yourself already. So one stupid guy came here some few minutes ago saying that the case will be it is already done. They will give it to Tinubu. Which Tinubu?
No. Chairman,
He can't. I don't trust the judiciary. But this court, this presidential tribunal, this one is is going nowhere. Their
all the
best
skeleton in
shot,
the
the
cupboard.
best shot that they are playing for.
With all the skeleton in the cupboard, with all those skeletons that we see, 1942, 1950 skeleton, 1910 skeleton, all of them, they outside there. They
Then
carry.
we then, when we watch this Sam Amadi video, because a guy recommend am for comment section. He say he dissect INEC. Anyone when they dissect these people, I dey like to listen to them. Make we hear am together.
That was yesterday's video now. Yeah.
Me never hear am.
Oh, the video makes sense.
Yeah.
As the Presidential Tribunal sitting in Abuja begins to wind down, the Supreme Court of Nigeria yesterday denied reports that the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN Justice Olukayode Ariwola, had any telephone conversation with anybody, including President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, over the ongoing proceedings at the Presidential Election Petition Court, hearing complaints against the 2023 general election. However, to improve the electoral process in Nigeria, the Independent National Electoral Commission has begun the review of its logistics arrangement for the conduct of the recent 2023 general election. Arise correspondent Chinaza Samuel reports on the meeting of electoral officers and leaders of transport unions aimed at learning critical lessons for the smooth conduct of future elections.
The 2023 general elections may have been concluded, but the critical challenges faced during the conduct of the exercise are yet to be resolved. While the outcome of the polls is being contested in various courts, the electoral body INEC appears to be putting its house in order. At this two-day meeting in Abuja to review the conduct of the elections, logistics arrangement is the major focus. The meeting here is between the leadership of INEC, its frontline officials, electoral officers, and the leaders of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, the National Association of Road Transport Owners, and the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. The objective is to identify areas of strength and weaknesses for immediate improvement in the forthcoming elections.
Now, logistics for transportation has been a perennial challenge over time, but it's now compounded by the issue of infrastructure and insecurity. There is no logistic activity that this...
Dr. Sam Amadi, a fellow of the Society of Project Management and Development Professionals International and a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Dr. Amadi. Good to have you on the show this morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Good to be here.
Malabite, good morning. Two things. One, how do we ensure...
Good morning, Dr. Abati. Thank you.
Good morning. One, how do we ensure electoral justice if the Judex is put under such pressure by the public? And the related question, which I said the second one, is, earlier on this program, I was complaining that the court, the judiciary, shouldn't be seen to be descending into the arena, responding to every little thing that shows up on social media. Dr. Festus Akonde, Director of Press, was responding to something on social media about the CJN having a phone conversation with Tinubu shortly after this morning. There was also another story that Justice Ugo of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal had resigned because he's been put under pressure. Now, should the court be responding to every little thing on social media? The basic work of a judge is to deliver justice without minding whose ox is God. But I would like to know your perspective.
Well, thank you very much. I think clearly judges are dignified persons, and that means they do not necessarily have to descend to the level of brickbat or the insane they say, as we say in Nigeria. But again, like Professor Robert Dell said many years ago in his article, the Supreme Court as a political institution, he argues that the Supreme Court particularly and the courts are not just legal institutions, they are now political institutions to the extent that they are required to determine political questions in society. So they have to measure the barometer of society. All this fake news and all this heckling suggest that there is certain perception in the public domain. And so I agree with you, they're not going to dissent, but when they consider that is some of these reports or statements on social media suggest maybe likelihood of loss of trust in the judiciary, they should act. For example, under Trump, when Chief Justice Roberts, the U.S. Supreme Court, Trump made a statement attacking the justices very frontally. The Chief Justice issued a statement, very decent, dignified, but clear that the Supreme Court justices are not beholden to anybody. And they are restating their judicial commitment. That's expected if the assault becomes something that could threaten. Again, if you look at the Afrobarometer measure of 2023, about 70% of Nigerians said that they have little trust in the judiciary or none at all, compared with INEC's 75%. That was before the election. So you can understand the context in which all these are going on. But the key point here is that the judiciary has a responsibility in every era to give first moral signaling to all combatants and partisans that is an anchor, that's a solid foundation for democracy, which is the rule of law. And the electoral justice is basically the idea that it is a court's responsibility to uphold the three key elements of electoral democracy. First, political freedom, right to organize yourself, right to form parties, right to express their views, which is amply covered in our fundamental rights. The second one, the right of every person, adult, to vote, and the duty on institutions to provide in that facility, which the Electoral Act and the Constitution provides. And we saw that with the massive registration. The third, and very important, that each person votes in environment that is free and fair, and that the votes are counted equally. And that's why, if you look at the electoral reform we've conducted, it has tried to deal with the three elements. First, the right to be registered, make it easier, people can register. As director of Abuja School, we had to work with INEC, put pressure to extend the process so that everybody can register. The second aspect of it, the party, so there are 4 decision makers in the electoral process. 1, the voters, they have to be registered to vote. 2, the parties. Now, the political parties have to conduct primaries that are democratic. The new Electoral Act makes it very clear. And INEC had a responsibility to ensure that those processes do not disenfranchise any party member. That's why they demanded in Section 84 for democratic primaries. Of course, we saw in Akwa Ibom and several places that INEC didn't quite do that thoroughly. The third decision maker after the voter, the party, is the electoral management body, the INEC. Now, their responsibility, the Act provided, was to ensure accuracy, free voting, and accuracy of results. And that's why we're talking now about electronic transmission. So the law followed the theory. And the final decision maker is the court. The court now sits to uphold and to ensure that either in this value chain, where there's an error, there's a correction. Now, people debate. There's so much judicialization of our elections. If these agencies do their work, the court will have less to do. And that's why my professor at Harvard, Abraham Chase, says that the court, what they call the governance theory, that the court does not come out if the other branches follow the Constitution. But where they fail, the court has the right to govern, to step in and says, you guys got it wrong. So what we expect now, at this stage now, is that the court should be allowed to do their work. The rumor about the judge leaving or resigning is actually could be a tactic to frighten the court and create a statement. Imagine if a judge resigns and you have to go de novo, go back to trial, and the Constitution has a window of 90 days for everything. And so you get to a point where the right to electoral justice will be truncated through managerial manipulation. And so what we need at this point is for the Nigerian people to give the court, the justices of Presidential Tribunal and the Supreme Court ultimately, the full backing, and to make it clear that the court exists at every epoch to save society. Think about the Dred Scott cases. Think about during the time of racism, segregation. Each time, what stopped massive violence is the courage of the judiciary to first moral signal to everybody that there are fundamentals in our laws, fundamentals about who is qualified to run an election. The courts are not going to be there to paper over. I watch the tribunals across the country. Governors, maybe Enugu, look at it. I think somewhere now I'm hearing about Plateau. I'm hearing about KB, where there are serious issues around certification. Now think around democracy and development. People talk about China. They say China is not a democracy. But what is clear is China has regularity. The rules are followed. Investors have confidence that there's legitimacy of succession, who succeeds who. The process is followed through, nobody truncates it. And each time in the history of China, whether the Gang of Four or whether with Chairman Mao, where there is a departure from those conventional understanding about society, you see disruption and stagnation. So I think that we shouldn't lose sight that as long as electoral justice is compromised, and it's namely that first, people who are constitutionally qualified to run elections to run election. I'm so really worried about the spate of fraudulent certificate questions. I mean, last night we heard about DSS countermanding youth service NYC in Enugu case. If there's no certainty as to simple thing about qualification to stand election, certificate, if we are now in a republic of forgery and the courts play dead brain to this, then you have compromised electoral justice, not just, you have compromised economic development, because essentially the heart of the nerve of economic development is not just about copying laws, about Bankruptcy Act or copying laws that liberalize. No, the underwritten code is that everybody understands that the rules are clear, the rules bind, the rules cannot be truncated, the rules are not captive to any big ego. If people don't meet the qualification, they are shut out. If people don't win elections, they are declared so. So I think that the signaling is what the court should do. And our job is to support the court and say, do it, do the right thing, and restore back electoral justice.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Amadi. Just because of our time, I would still like for you to comment on the report done by Chinaza Samuel with regards to
judiciary una here, even if they catch una, all the videos, una dey pants down in any position, we no care. Just do the right thing. Do the right thing. That's all we care about. It doesn't matter how horrible the day, no matter what they use to threaten now, we dey on our back like Iroko. If una do the right thing, no, okay.
To the post-election review being done by INEC, chaired by Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, where they talked about logistics. Obviously, we had monitored the election process. We had talked about some of the challenges that INEC encountered, which also forms part of the case before the presidential election petition courts. What are some of the lessons for INEC? Because it seems as if, despite several post-election reviews, we still have the same kind of challenges rear up during election cycles. What are some of the key takeaways from the last elections?
I think first, every election will have logistic shortcomings because of project management capabilities that we don't have in this country, or don't have enough capacity. But the real thing that INEC always skips is the integrity failure. That's the critical thing. Look, people were not going to break their head. People were not going to go to court. Have you seen, look at the electoral cases, look at the cases in court. None of them is about voting started 30 minutes after schedule. Nobody really goes to court to challenge, logistic failures. What they go to court is, the votes was 40 for A, 80 for B. INEC and the officials changed it and put, that's what they're going to hear. The key thing INEC is not addresses integrity failure. For example, the act says you have the power to disqualify. Why will you allow somebody who has fake certificate to process? You have all the time. You are doing consultation, meeting with your road transport union. Why not first do that? If you look at the US, anywhere in the world, you file your intention to contest election. The regulator use that intention to do a probe, tell the public. And when people say this person has no qualification or didn't do that, the regulator excludes you. Now, INEC will play dead brain, flood the whole place with people who are not qualified, fake results everywhere, fake certificate. Then after election, they start between with road transport worker. Look, the key missing thing in this election was failure of integrity that was either deliberate or based on ignorance. In 2019, in this arise, we debated it and said, INEC is more of a regulator. You cannot do election where you now outsource every of this crisis to the courts. You have simple things you can establish. Who is qualified to run? That's the beginning. Who has the papers to run? Who has made wrong entry? Who has not filed his papers within the time allowed? Those things are strict liability. You exclude them, election continues. So INEC bungles everything deliberately and then starts a showboating. Meet with road transport worker, meet with garage sellers, meet with newspaper printers. That's not the job. The real thing that is at stake in this election is integrity. And integrity is critical to economic development, to democracy. You cannot surrender the regulatory power of the state in order to allow few individuals access power and achieve their political ambition. The country, at a moment like this, we need clarity. And that's why the courts now have to step in to second-guess INEC, disregard INEC's error, and restate back the integrity of rules, and restate back the constitutional requirement for qualifications and for declarations and for every writing across all the tribunals. We have to save this country. There's what they call the theory of decay. So Jared Diamond of Columbia wrote about it. It's like a slippery slope. A country begins to go down because the elites overlook critical moral failures. That moral clarity is what we need at this point. To say, look, the republic is more important than anybody's political interest. And if we don't do that, we're going to see the rise of criminal networks. You see judges disappear on the streets. You see now they are trying to force judges to resign in order to create stalemate. We are getting to a dangerous direction, and we need the people to support the court to stand up and save the republic.
They are supporting the court.
Well, on that note, we'd like to thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi, great Malabite, for joining us on the morning show. Thank you very much indeed for your insights.
I'm a Malabite. I'm a Malabite too. So we are doing well. Malabites are doing well everywhere.
Where's Malabite?
That's our logo in people that attended University of Calabar. So
you guys
male,
are Malabites.
Yes, for the male is Malabite, for the female is Malabreast. Yes.
Interesting. Wow, the man, I'm glad I pulled up that interview. Thank you very much, Mr. Guy Owalele. You recommended it. You actually mentioned it. So I'm glad wow, the man hit the nail.
Yes, I watched it yesterday.
He not hold back at all. This is exactly what we need. We've been telling the judiciary, we did their back. May they not fear anything.
May they not shake.
Their back.
The guy is good. The guy is good. He's always, he has been saying he doesn't get scared of trying, needing to say those right things at the right time. His analyst kind of job is out of this world. The man is good. The man is good. And the other man too from Bayes University, forgotten that his name. That guy.
Ahmed.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Ahmed.
Our VP.
No, not VP. There's one other man that comes on this same show. He's an analyst too. He's in Bayes University.
Bayes is Ahmed Dati's University.
Yes, he's Ahmed Dati's University.
Yeah,
there's one other guy that comes on. He's an analyst from Arise too.
Okay, I don't know about that one though.
Yeah, there's another person there.
When we start to the roundup, Mr. One Love, are you still with us? Mr. One Love, don't reach Zimbabwe right now.
I don't know, go reach. Man, it's well. We're always there. Joining this program, because most times when I finish, I want to just join and, always busy.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. At least you're able to join today. You're able to contribute immensely. So that's great. Mr. Jonathan, please, let's have your quick 2 minutes final contributions. Or let me give you guys 5 minutes each so that you guys have enough time. Yeah. So 5 minutes, your final contribution.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I lost my mic for some few minutes earlier. The last in summary for us in Nigeria, before I come to this last video that you showed, actually I think I watched that video earlier today. What that man was talking about. He was just, He just hit it spot on.
Yes.
See, that is as far as Nigeria election is concerned. And for me, I'm just trying to kind of slice it, correctly or divide it correctly. And it's like INEC is, for me, I think it's deliberate. It's like it's deliberate. They set that trap from the beginning.
It's deliberate to push it on the judiciary.
Yeah, it's deliberate, because Abati was saying that court judges should not be responding to everything. That way, I think he started by asking that the judge should not be responding to anything that is being discussed or mentioned in the public space. It's simply because they are battling with lack of trust. The man said it. It's the lack of trust issue. That's why they have to respond. They know themselves. They are aware of it themselves that there is that trust deficit. That's why if anything drop on the floor today, with respect to the judiciary, they always feel that need to respond, because it's like they are trying to restore that trust, which they destroyed the trust themselves. They destroyed it themselves. They use their own hand to destroy it. Unfortunately for them, it is not Nigeria of even 4 years ago. It is not Nigeria of 4 years ago, talk less of 10, 15 years ago. So that trust deficit is what they are battling with. That is why even they respond to fake news now, that even it is obvious to everyone that this is fake news, Nigerian judiciary will still respond to fake news. For that matter, they will still respond to it, because they are seriously battling with that trust issue. And when it comes to the other issue raised by Mr. Amadi in that interview, it is the key thing of election, the main issue, the core of election, and I believe that the judiciary also, not INEC now, the judiciary itself, they should know that the substance of any election is integrity, is the integrity of that election. Because integrity is what brings out the fairness and the integrity of that, the fairness and the credibility of an election. If you take the integrity away, it simply means that there is no fairness, there is no integrity. So the judiciary, even if INEC is playing the game in connivance with these crooked, corrupt politicians, because INEC is not alone here. INEC is playing this game alongside with these politicians. And if they are now passing it to the judiciary, let's give the judiciary the benefit of doubt that they are not aware. They are passing this to them. They themselves should know that the core, the center of an election is the integrity of it. And that is what they should look at. In this election, in this February 25th presidential election, and the case that is pending right in front of them right now, it is the integrity of that election. When they look at the integrity of that election, in fact, their judgment is cut out for them. It's cut out for them. It's simple, it's straightforward. Look at the integrity of this election, from the pre-election to the election day proper, to the post-election, things that happens even after the election. Is the integrity of the election, is it certificate forgery you want to talk about? That says it all. That is the integrity of the election. So for me, it's not, it is, and if you now go deep into it, you now want to count the vote. Count the vote. If you have to count it, do a recount. Because that is the core, that is the integrity of the election. Every other thing is just by the side. And INEC is just playing the game. Playing game on technicalities and logistics. Election is more of integrity and less of logistics. Logistics is part of it, but the center, the core of an election is the integrity of that election. So the court, INEC now saddle the court with so much of logistic matters that the court even has no issue to do it. So much of logistical matters. They like kind of to misrepresent and to misalign them, to kind of take their eyes off the integrity of the election itself. So for election, and so when if these judges, they look at the integrity of this election, I believe that their job is cut out for them. Just look at the integrity of this election. It speaks for itself. We all know that this election lacks integrity. So if you look at it and you base your judgment on the integrity of this election, you will know that INEC misrepresented Nigerians. INEC did not play the role of a regulator. INEC, as you know, connive with with the political class. So it's a straightforward. Go for the integrity of the election. Bring out the results that are available. Bring them out. What is the integrity of the election if INEC cannot provide the beavers? Is that not the core of the election? Is that not the integrity of the election? If INEC cannot provide the entire information on the beaver, make it available. It's your election. You conducted the election. You counted the result of the election. You announced the result of the election. So show us the result that you announced. That is the integrity of it. Bring it out. Let us see what you announced. Let us see what you collated. Bring it out. And they can't do that. And judges will now be saying that that's a difficult case. No, it is not. It is not. That is the core of this matter, the integrity of this election. So I'll rest it there today, and I will end it again by saying that the judiciary, posterity will judge you. Whatever you do, it will make Nigeria, or it will man the nation called Nigeria. Probably there will be no nation called Nigeria again. So do what is right. Posterity will speak. Posterity will speak. Whatever you do, judiciary, all the 5 members of that petition tribunal, do what is right. That I will end it there tonight. Thanks very much, Madam Omoye. I really appreciate it. Thanks, and have a pleasant night. Thanks. And to all the panelists also, have a wonderful evening. Thanks very much.
You as well. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Ogo Will, are you still here with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, give us your final 5-minute thoughts.
So what I would say is that we should put our eyes on the judiciary and the APC. INEC and APC, the trick talks before the election, right? The INEC, Tinubu was saying that they want Mahmoud removed, not knowing that he was making plan with Mahmoud to rig the election so that we will not suspect him. That's why he was doing that. So APC is good at mind game, so should be very careful with those guys. They might not be even be doing this with the judges, but not knowing that they are in, like, the judges are even working with them. Like, so we shouldn't be carried away with what is going on right now. That they're trying to bully the judges. For me, it might be true, but I can't really trust those guys because they are very good at mind game. So we should watch them and not be carried away. So, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogo. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. We hope you come back again.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful Friday.
Okay, you too.
Mr. Bamidele, are you still here with us? Bamidele? Okay, I think Bamidele too he don't reach Kapanchan right now. Mr. Easy, you have the floor now. 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I want to say that I don't know. I'm going to do that research. I guess what the judiciary in Kenya, what they were earning, or what they are earning, is not commensurate to what Nigerian judiciary are earning. That means the Nigerian judiciary might be earning more than the Kenyan judiciary. But still, the judiciary in Kenya took a decision at the detriment of whatever they might be going through, and took a decision that favored the country. That is why Kenyan is not in chaos today. Kenyan are enjoying the benefit of good democracy. plus including the judiciary. So if Nigerian judiciary doesn't want their shame to shame, they should bring their sense, bring their brain, use coins, wash it very well, so that it will be sharp and smart to take that decision. Even if it's a life and death decision, they should submit their life for Nigeria to get that freedom. Because somebody must sacrifice for good things to come. So they should be ready to sacrifice whatever they think is best for Nigeria. Let's achieve these things and move ahead. We're all doing this for a better Nigeria. We cannot pluck our eyes for the judiciary. We are watching them. We cannot open our eyes for them. We are watching them. We will watch our watch so that they will not give us sleepless night. So let's just hold on, see what the judiciary decide, then we'll help them take on the next step. So I heed my voice for now, and I really appreciate the time. I appreciate the accommodation, being able to come in and share my views. I hope to come some other good time and be able to speak more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Isaiah. I appreciate you. Yeah, absolutely. Please come again.
Definitely.
So that we can talk about this matter. For Nigeria, we must get that country back, whether they like it or not. Thank you so much. Enjoy your Friday.
Very, very well. Thank you. And you too.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, guys. So we have come to the end of this show. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me. Guy Owanile, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Kene don't go sleep. I should say Kene don't reach. It's a Borno by now. They don't go crash. Thank you so much, everyone that joined me, Mr. Victory, God's Grace, Dr. Paul. Thank you all so much. I'll see you guys on my next one. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye.